How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with two of your favorite show hosts for now, Ara Still.
And Volacel and maybe Fern later if he gets done with work. I don't know.
We are an
It
hour
could
late.
happen.
Yeah, we're an hour late, so it's a non-zero chance he shows up. And the reason we're an hour late is, well, I was sick and had to and crashed today, and Vol was not feeling good either, so he had to take care of himself before the show. So you're dealing with two sick show hosts, but that's not a reason not to do a show. So we're here, and we'll get it done for you.
Yes, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvgw@gmail.com. Or technically, you can follow us on the Twitter, but I won't know because I don't really pay much attention to it. But the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other fair listeners is to join our Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the YouTube archive.
Yes, indeed. Right. So we'll jump right into it because I have a lot of uh, single player stuff that I want to go into, even though most of my week was committed to one task in one game. Get to that in a minute. First, though, I think I want to talk about the thing that came in my mail on Tuesday, and that that is my Steam controller got here. So, you probably have seen all the hype around the thing. People that have got it have been shilling for it nonstop, and for good reason. The thing feels good to use. It's pretty much exactly what I was looking for. The
Considering how badly they ballsed up the controller that they released last, it's about time that they decided to, try and perfect an extant formula rather than invent a new one.
Yep. Um, the the D-pad is responsive so far. The sticks feel good, uh, and they aren't super loose. They have just a hair more tightness than normal sticks to them, and I actually like that. It makes the inputs feel more deliberate. It's not noticeable unless you're looking to play controller comparisons. But it feels good. The back buttons on the back feel great, and because it uses Steam input, it can be freely bound to whatever you want or whatever combo of buttons you want. Um, the puck works great. If I need to charge the thing, I just like move the controller over the puck, and the magnet is strong enough to vacuum the thing up from several inches up. How that doesn't interfere with the sticks, I don't know. It appears to be black magic. Although if you do that, it will sometimes make the controller do what it just did right now and lose connection to the game. But thankfully, that's an easy fix right now. Just turn the controller off and back on again. So takes a second, um, and it'll say disconnected. Then it'll reconnect with the puck in a second here. Hopefully, there we go, and it's fine again. And you can do that with the puck plugged in if you need it to work. Although I have yet to see this thing. It doesn't show a percentage on the battery, but the indicator when I pull it up, uh, it's still showing full, and I charged this thing once, and I've been using it a lot. So battery life out the box seems good. Battery's easily replaceable. There are seven, not Phillips head, but jeweler's star headed screws, the six pointed star head screws in here.
Talks.
Yeah,
Talks.
yeah. So you need a jeweler's screwdriver to get in there, but there's just seven screws to pull off the back, and you can just replace the battery if it starts to go bad on you. Which is the biggest problem with the DualSense Edge. The battery in that thing just is it starts off good and wears down very fast. Um, so yeah, I have generally positive impressions of it so far. On a general level, feels comfortable in the hands to hold. A bunch of the complaints I was hearing just aren't a thing with me. People are talking about how the screw holes can feel a little awkward, and they felt like they had to put caps in them. I have not noticed them at all while using this thing. Don't even have divots in my fingers from where they rest on them. Uh, and that's if they rest on them, because I'm usually doing uh, weird contortions with the new controller. to figure out the most comfortable way to hold it. But that little adventure wasn't too long this time. It just kind of sits naturally. The trackpads don't get in the way of holding the controller fine. There's enough space underneath it that you can hold it like a normal controller naturally, and you're just the like tips of your ring fingers will or your middle fingers, depending on if you're doing two fingers on the triggers or one finger, will just kind of rest against the pad a little bit, and that's if you have big hands like mine, um, or the back of the controller there. Um, haven't tested the grip sensor buttons. Don't know who those are for. They exist. They default to off in everything, thankfully, but they're there. And I've seen people do things just to show that they work because they're not sure who they're for either. Of like they'll boot up Portal 2 and like bind each holding the left side and the right side of the controller to just auto fire the blue and orange portal just to show they work. So they work. Don't know who they're for. The trackpads feel good when they're activated. When they're off, they have no haptics at all, and they just feel like flat pieces of plastic. When you turn them on, they turn on haptics to let you know how you're moving across the pad, and you can set the intensity of them if you really want to get into the fine tuning of it. They work okay. They're trackpads. Like they're if you just really want to access your mouse mid gameplay without having to reach up and grab your mouse, that's what they're for. If you need something quick like that,
Well, I mean, you need to keep in mind that this is ultimately this was designed to be part of
yeah,
the console package.
yeah, and gives you the ability to play mouse required games without a mouse immediately
I
available.
still wouldn't try and play an RTS with it, TBH.
No, but you could probably get away with. I mean, it wouldn't be my preferred input method, but you'd get away playing something like Civ with it.
Well, it's something where the timing is not necessary, then maybe yes.
Yeah, or plenty of casual mouse required games will work fine with it. Um, there are people that swear by gyro aiming in first person games. These people I
I've
think are
never met one
crazy.
IRL.
Yeah, these people I think are crazy and just doing it on the internet for points, but it's there if you want it. It's off by
I
default.
mean, well, people also play Elden Ring with a saxophone, so
Yeah, but you stream that because you know it's a novelty, and you make the Nameless King sync up to Backstreet Boys by accident. Uh, so uh, so yeah, I genuinely have no complaints about this controller. It's pretty much what I've been looking for. Um,
well, I mean, you've only assessed half of the controller, though. The other half is it still going to be doing this in 6 months?
yeah. So the other thing is longevity, but Valve is confident enough in the durability of this thing that they put an Easter egg in it where if you drop it from a height of 3 feet or more, it'll do the Wilhelm scream. Sometimes, about once every 5 drops.
I see.
So that's some confidence in your durability if you're going to make that an Easter egg. So presumably, I could bludgeon somebody to death with this thing like you could the Duke. So so far, solid controller. Uh, just a I'll get more into the games I've tested it with shortly. But if it holds up and doesn't fall apart, well, number one, it's repairable, so I don't have to worry as much. Number two, um, Valve does have a warranty on this thing. Now, you try to send it in right now, good luck with that. I only had the one. Initially, you were limited to a purchase of two. This didn't stop people from using bot accounts to spam the store and buy them out and try and scalp them. As of right now, full anti-scalping measures are in effect. They were not. They were the only thing they had was the purchase limit initially. For the first one, that was not sufficient. The first batch, I was lucky enough to get one. Now you need a account in good standing with Valve, so no infractions, major infractions that have got you banned or suspended from Steam. Not entirely sure what that entails because I don't interact with any Steam related stuff that could potentially get me banned. You have to have made a purchase a week before the controller went on sale, and your account has to have existed for I think 3 months before that. So there's I think there and you can only order one controller per account right now. While they try to make sure demand is met and everybody at least gets one. Um, so
Unless you live in my country, in which case you can't get one.
yeah. You also have to go into a reservation queue. You can't just buy it right now. You get an email that if you want one, and it'll it'll send you an email when your controller's ready for purchase, and you can click the link and go purchase the controller. But if the email sits in your unread and unresponded to for 3 days, it disables itself, and then next person in queue gets an email. So full anti-scalping measures are in effect. The scalpers apparently shot themselves in the foot by trying to scalp the Steam controller because they actually purchased it way beyond immediate demand and wound up and they scalped it so much that they wound up competing their own prices down to something like 150 in for a while. And now that the reservation
The
systems,
thing is that it's just stupid though, because like when you're scalping, you need to hit the sweet spot, right? The sweet spot for scalping is always when the supply is largely dried up, but the hype is still high. You don't immediately try and scalp it.
yeah. So now that the reservation system is in place, people are just going through the official means. Because when you're a scalper, you have to front the cost of the controller plus freight. So that's like 112 plus taxes, or not freight, sorry, plus taxes. So that's like $112 that you're paying to get this thing shipped, um, and to you. And then if you're only able to sell it for 150 bucks, that's like $40 profit per controller. That ain't that much. You went through a whole lot of effort and probably spent a whole lot of money on computers to get your bots running. Doesn't seem like a good return on investment. And since Valve rolled out the queue system very fast after launch, like within days, once they realized what the scalpers and bots were doing, uh, they just are having trouble moving these things. You're seeing the occasional listing up for like 200, 300 now, but they don't appear to be moving very fast. So that's the way that goes. Presumably, these things will become more and more accessible and easier to get as time goes on, and people have got the initial hype has died down. Uh, so uh, so yeah. Um, and normally, when I get a new controller, I like to get two of them to leave one charging. But the battery on this thing has been so good, I don't feel a need to. Um, at least for the moment. So, and the fact the battery's replaceable also mitigates that. Um, so yeah, that's
I think that you've just got a distorted perspective based on using the controller, which has the worst battery life on the market.
yeah,
Like most controllers, you don't need two controllers.
yeah,
Most controllers are going to run for like a 24-hour stint easy.
yeah. You got. I have been using the DualSense and the DualSense Edge since I think I started using those back when uh, early-ish in our Final Fantasy 14 play career, and those both of those controllers' batteries just go bad, and you basically had to use those because of the way the control scheme in 14 is laid out. Um, Never mind that if you want to play any games that want you to claw grip, you need a something with this style layout of controller.
Unless you play Samurai, in which case just don't bother.
Yeah, that's what mods are for. So so yeah. On to games used on them. We'll start with the smaller game first. That I played, which is let me get extensive use of the D-pad in a game that has that it is controlled that controls movement with the D-pad in a 2D environment, and that is Ender Magnolia. So I would switch between stick and the D-pad because both control movement in that game. It doesn't have that many buttons. Um, just to see how different they felt, and both felt fine for moving in a 2D environment. The sticks not being super loose makes the sticks more viable for movement in a 2D game like that and feel better. And the D-pad also worked just fine. The D-pad rolls very easy, but it also has a very hard click when you press a direction. Well, it doesn't make a clicky noise, but you can feel a tactile pop when you get the D-pad pressed in a particular up, down, left, or right direction. Um, so it's easy to tell what direction you're pushing. Stops you from accidentally rolling down in any direction because you'll feel another pop. Now, it's not super significant, but after using, mushy D-pads on official controllers that are super mush, you can tell when there's any kind of tactile feedback there, and it feels significant, which is a positive in my book. I've been wanting that for a while, and it worked fine. Had no issues whatsoever using it. The back buttons feel good to use. The only real shoe I've got with the controller as of right now, is R4 and L4 on the back are a bit easy to hit if you get in the zone with something. And you start clenching on the controller. So you might not want to bind anything to those two particular buttons if it's a particularly intense game. If you're a controller clencher,
Which ones are they though?
the
Like,
top,
is it the upper one or
yeah,
the
the
lower one?
the upper ones. I mean, it'll depend on which buttons your fingers naturally rest on, I guess. But I don't see anybody naturally resting their fingers on the bottom two. But if you naturally rest your fingers on the top ones, the buttons are big enough that it is relatively easy to accidentally clench those. This happened a lot in the second game I tested it with, which was Grand Blue, the fighting game. Um, this game is a fighting game that does not need motion inputs. I did this on purpose because I wanted to get a sample set. I'll test it with a motion input game later. I did not do that this week, but probably this week sometime I'll boot one up or just turn on manual inputs in Grand Blue and play like somebody that doesn't have any charge inputs, like our favorite sheep or something, to give it a shot. But I played Charlotta, who is infamous for her rapid movement and high pressure gameplay with fast combos and strings, just to really give it a workout. And the D-pad worked fine. No missed inputs for motion at all for general movement. I was able to. I did not try double tapping, but double tapping feels fine on this thing. I don't think it would have any issues whatsoever, because I am used to the hitting R2 to dash instead of double tapping. I have that bound as a specific binding on the game allows you to do it. It lets you have R2 dash instead of double tap dash, or you can have both active. And Charlotta needs to run a lot because girlfriend's legs are very short. So if you are not dashing on approach, you're making a mistake. So it worked. Yeah, I had no issue with it. I was able to do bread and butter combos straight out the gate. Muscle memory from the PS5 controller translated over perfectly. I did not have an issue. Um, so yeah, for 2D games so far, works great. No complaints whatsoever. Now 3D games. This came out with while I was going through the Liza P DLC, and this is the big thing that ate most of my time this week. Um, and for general exploration, worked fine. Felt very comfortable running around using the stick for movement. The only issue, I did have one minor issue, and the ease of rolling on the D-pad, because the D-pad buttons are bound to individual functions in Liza P. You press up to select your upper belt, and you press it again to cycle through what's in the upper belt, and you press down to select the lower belt, and press down again to cycle through what's in the lower belt, and then I have use item bound to L1. So what would happen is I would frantically, in the middle of an intense fight, try to switch from my weapon buff to my health potion, And if I did not quickly switch to a pseudo claw grip real quick to tap up, what would happen is I would roll my finger on instinct, and the this thing is when it's down, it wants to stay down if you do a roll. So it doesn't pop you back up between because it's all just the way the pad is built. So you don't want to do that. So if you need to specifically go from down to up, um, quickly in a game, might consider rebinding that in some way in the game, or doing learning to do quick claw gripping, which just means you shift your middle finger onto the bumper or trigger and quickly move your index finger up to the top of the D-pad and tap that way. Uh, Pretty standard Devil May Cry tech there. Just you'll wind up doing it naturally in a game like that. So for me, it's second nature to quickly do stuff like that if something isn't working right, trying to thumb the D-pad in a game. But that is the only other minor foible with the controller I've noticed. Every other direction switch, you're not going to run into that roll issue because you're not moving your finger off of the stick to where it's closest to down and right. So you have to be fairly deliberate with your press if you want to press another direction, and that's so you're not in danger of rolling. So, but yeah, overall, this is a very solid impression for a brand new controller, and I would love to make it my main controller everywhere. Would love to get one for the after 5 o'clock hours waiting on phone calls at the office to play mahjong or something, and really test out the trackpads there. That's what I feel like they would be appropriate for. Oh boy, do I wind up getting stuck after hours a lot these days. So yeah, that's the Steam controller. I know you're always on the lookout for new controllers. So do you have any specific questions about it that you're looking for that I might be able to answer?
Not really. Like, other than the fact that the D-pad is a little bit naff and and it's asymmetric, I'm pretty happy with my current controller. So when when don't know, the Steam controller arrives in my region, I'll probably get one just simply so that I can go back to symmetric controllers because like I don't like the asymmetric thing. Like the D-pad down up thing is easy to do on an asymmetric controller because your thumb can reach the D-pad on both
Hmm.
sides. But that's about the only advantage that asymmetry has. So, and I don't need that maneuver because I don't play Devil May Cry. So, yeah, I'm just as far as asymmetric controllers go, because that's like 99% of the market. I've got one that I'm happy with, but as far as symmetric controllers go, there's only the DualSense series, which have betrayed me multiple times, and now the Steam one. So I just basically have to wait for the Steam one to come out because it's not like there are other options. So if it's like reasonably solid construction is going to last, then I don't really have any other qualms. Um, I don't expect Valve to make trash, so it should be it'd be fine when I get the opportunity to get one. If I get the opportunity to get one, it's not a big enough issue that I would go to the effort of importing one grey market. But yeah, hopefully they do bring it to my region at some point. I
Yeah,
mean, Gabe lives here. I'm kind of annoyed about that.
yeah. They
Like
said
he lives here and you still can't buy them here.
uh, he said that was a known issue, or somebody at Valve did, and they're working to get that rectified.
Right.
So I'm not sure what the reason is behind it right now. But yeah, we'll see when we get there.
So
Um,
guys, your boss lives here and he can't buy one.
yeah. So yeah, that's the Steam controller. One thing to note with it: no hand cramping or awkward, painful feels using it, and I was using it in a very high intensity activity that we'll get to shortly. Okay.
I'm one of those people who like borderline crushes the controller in their grip when they are doing a high intensity game. So I need a controller with reasonably durable switches and buttons.
Yeah, yeah. The buttons definitely have a tactile feel and a click at the end. Um, they're kind of a middle ground in their initial press between tactile and like a hard click and a mush. But when you get them all the way down, they do have that satisfying button button push feel where you get a bit of a click. It's not a loud click, but you can. There's definitely a tactile difference between when it's pushed and when it's not. So you don't have to worry about some of these controllers that just have putty for buttons, which is always a concern of mine.
My controller currently is actually gradually teaching me the lesson not to press buttons so hard because it doesn't have the DualSense style button click
Mm-hmm.
where the button is in or the button is out. It just has a micro switch sound a lot like when you're clicking a mouse button.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a signal, look, this is pressed. You don't need to press it any harder. Stop pressing, which is it's like it's easier to you can hear that you've already pressed it, so you don't need to worry about, well, is it going to register or not.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be continuing to use it and come back with more reports as it goes through. I may have to reiterate some of this stuff if Fern gets on and he has questions about it because I know this is something he might be interested in. Um,
He's probably already got one on his wish list anyway. I mean, he likes to tool around with stuff like that, and he's in a region who can get it.
yeah, you could always just order it, list Fern's mailing address, and then have him mail it to you.
I don't want it to end up in like a dingo's nest or something.
I mean, it may come back covered in spiders. I mean, the spider that delivers it will probably promise it didn't lay eggs in it, but I would check it just to be safe.
I'm pretty sure that they gas everything that comes in at the border.
Just have a kangaroo show up and pull it out of its pouch. Here you go. Oh man. So yeah. Okay. So briefly, I want to tangent from the video game stuff to my work week this week and why freight companies are awful. So Fall's always complaining about the corpo side of his work. That's fine. I get why the corpo side of work is awful because anytime I have to touch it, everything goes terrible.
I think
Whenever
you
there,
did work for like a GameStop once, didn't you?
yeah, very briefly. I mean, that's a high school retail job.
I
That's not a. That's
Yeah, but
not.
I hear that they've got a notoriously bad corpo structure at
Yeah,
the top.
yeah. When you're 16, it's kind of hard to analyze what's normal and what's not. It's one of those things you do just to have a job to make some money and
And when I was 16, I
get
worked
started.
for the government, so
Yeah, it was a very standard first job. Not and I did not do it for very long. Um yeah, but those that are unaware, I run a small business that acts as a rep that does engineering assistance and sales for various sump pump and sump pump accessory basins, scumbuster systems, etc. manufacturers. The biggest one being Watt.
that sentence construction really has just become standard since King of the Hill, hasn't it?
Uh,
It's like just
I
a part of the English language now.
I guess so. But yeah, I mean, literally the stuff that isn't pumps that I sell is listed under pump accessories in the system selector when I go to pick stuff out for constructing the system. So, um, for those that also don't know, sump pumps, generally speaking, in 90% of cases, you don't have a stock one. You're not putting a stock sump pump in a sewage system. You're having it, you know, sized appropriately for your system, and it has to meet code that's different in every area. So you need these things built to order. Um, this takes a while. For the larger pumps of greater than 3 horsepower, you're looking at like 4 to 5 weeks. Greater than 10 horsepower, you're looking at about 6 to 8. Um, and that's just because that's the way it is. Um, what my main supplier does, the main company I rep, Weil does, they offer expediting. So you can cut the line to jump up to as soon as available, and this will get your pump out within 2.5 weeks usually. Um, but you have to pay 20% extra to cut the line because there are other people in front of you. Um, so what happened this week was the wild side of things went okay. I mean, I'm always dealing with the factory. Factories are, C degree corpo. They have corpo oversight and corpo overseers, but it's there is too much raw on the ground tomfoolery and adjustments that need to be made for corpo to interfere to a degree that's going to just because if they do, they'll break everything basically. So they're
Oh,
very
my corporate overlords just break everything. Like that's their solution. They don't
yeah.
care if it breaks. They just blame somebody else for that.
Yeah. So when you're dealing with factory people, and especially with made to order factory people, you're you can't get in there really and muck with things too much. Otherwise, the business will grind to a halt, and then you'll be on the hook for it. So they're not as infected by corpo yet, although they do have KPI meetings now, which royally hack me off, and uh, but that's a whole different ball game. So yeah, then we got, but the problem here was the freight companies. So they use a logistics company to uh, send whatever trucks are available from whatever of the major freight lines are there to the factory to pick up orders, take them to the the freight drop point, and and have them shipped out. And normally this works fine. Um, I and I just let the factory pick the best freight line. Well, this time the factory picked RL carriers, who usually are pretty good, but this time they must have had a new driver that was like not of American origin. Stay unbanned on YouTube. Because the BOLs for the order we had expedited and some totally random airplane manufacturing company that was also at the warehouse just got swapped. So my expedited pumps that the customer paid 20% extra for on not cheap pumps wound up in Oklahoma. And they got a bunch of airplane parts they didn't know what to do with. Now, the people on the job site for us accepted it as a freight delivery because there's a lot of stuff coming in this job site. They're not opening every crate that comes in right when it comes in. But they were on the lookout for one from us, but it didn't say it was from us. Said it was from some company that we only found out manufactured airplane parts later. So they accepted this thing, and they opened it, and they're like, "What is that?" And they give me a call. They're like, "Hey, has your order been delivered yet?" I'm like, "Well, I got shipping. I got tracking information for you. Yep, says it's been delivered." Wait a minute, that says Oklahoma. There's no way they actually shipped this to Oklahoma. This is probably just somebody or put the wrong tracking number on this order. It can't be that bad. There's no way they cock it up that bad.
That's optimistic. I've never seen an incorrect. I've never seen an incorrect report on shipping that didn't turn out to actually have been delivered to some random location. That's been my experience.
Yeah, usually with well, if it's FedEx, if it was FedEx, I would immediately assume it was actually correct. But RL, willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Hang on, I think I gave you the wrong tracking number. Let me go check on this. And so I give the factory a call and talk to my girl at the factory. I'm like, hey, can you look into this? Get on the horn with the logistics company because my customer doesn't have this, and the tracking number y'all posted says this thing is currently in Oklahoma right now. They're like, "Yep, give me a minute." They come back to me later. So we're not sure what's going on. We are hoping it's not in Oklahoma, but we have RL digging into it. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Well, they get back to me tomorrow. They're like, and the phone rings at like 9:30, and I pick it up, and she's like, "So I got bad news for you." I'm like, "Those pumps are in Oklahoma, aren't they?" "Yep." "Okay. Well, how do we get those down here yesterday? Because this was on Friday last week, I think. Because this is bad. Customer paid expediting on these. They need them by Saturday. That's when they're scheduled to have the people come and install them, and they're about to tear my head off." Um, she's like, "Well, give me a minute. I'm gonna get in touch with the freight company and see what we can do." She calls me back. "Okay, we can do a hot shot delivery where we just put these on their own truck, and the RLs will front the entire bill for it, and they're just gonna ship these straight to Georgia." I'm like, "Cool, perfect." They're gonna deliver them early in the morning, middle of the night. Can you get me a phone number so somebody can pick them up? Yeah, can do that. Give me a minute. Get in touch with the customer. Give that contact information to the factory. They give this to RL. An hour and a half later. "So I got more bad news for you. RL caught the error and tried to fix it themselves, and now this order is on a standard truck somewhere in the US on its way to a warehouse. And what's worse, we don't have a tracking number for it. It has an internal, it's part of their internal tracking system now because it was an error." Oh boy.
Oh boy. Been
So,
there. Been there.
so,
Many times, in fact.
so now I have to play customer liaison all week long with nonstop emails and updates that are multiple paragraphs long to my customer, explaining what's going on and copy pasting what I can from the factory that they've given me, without giving away uh, uh, personal information, basically, from their emails. So I had to be careful of posting it because they were CCing and talking casually to each other the whole time. Um, and get this information over to the customer nonstop. So they're like, "Okay, it'll be delivered on Monday or Tuesday." Monday rolls around, not delivered. Uh, okay, check with the factory. Can you be sure this is still on track? Yep, 1 second. Okay, looks like the truck delivery driver just didn't show up for work on Friday, so it didn't get down here over the weekend, but it should be here today, and we should be able to get it out by Wednesday. Okay, let the customer know they're not happy about it. They're already getting charged for being late. Okay. Um, so Wednesday rolls around. It's not there. Have them give the factory give them a call, and everybody at the factory is swearing and cursing at RL. And I am not swearing and cursing, but these people in a factory in the middle of nowhere are at the carrier because this is ridiculous, and bully the carrier into uh, basically not only refunding the freight charges for this, but giving them credit that I can then take and apply to my account. Not a lot, not as much as I'm going to have to refund the customer, just to help me mitigate some of the damage, because that was a big thing with me. Was I'm going to have to mitigate this damage by refunding their expediting fee, and that's like almost $2,000. That's going to really eat into my profits. In fact, it's almost going to negate them. So so it gets there on Thursday. Order ain't there. Okay, I the person that they were trying to email apparently just didn't respond, and so they had to get in touch with they finally got in touch with a manager, and they guaranteed it would be there on Friday. And last I heard, it was on a truck leaving on Friday, and would be there same day. I have not checked my email after 4 o'clock because I had to go run out to a job site very briefly that was close by, and I have not opened it since because I'm terrified of what I'll see. So, this little saga has been running and eating my week's time, not a inconsiderable small amount of it either, all throughout the week. And it's all because of a flipping corpo freight line. So I am behind at work because I've been having to deal with this. I've got other customers and engineers that need stuff that normally I get to them same day that they don't have yet because all the stuff that came in on Friday has been pushed to Monday, which means I'm going to have to spend a chunk of tomorrow probably playing catch up. And tomorrow is Sunday. And normally I sleep most of Sunday. And so I am not happy. So, corpos, don't.
Yeah, yeah. I've had 2 dozen cases worth of overshoes and a set of cryopreservation vials and a staff latex confirmation kit, all shipped to different labs that are not the lab that I run over the past couple weeks, and the the drongos at the other lab keep like just blindly accepting them and carting them up to the third floor in storage and then refusing to bring them down again. So I guess I'm going to bill them for like 8 months worth of stock of mine that they've taken, and I keep trying to reorder stuff to actually show up. The it's the whole third party logistics scam has just been a terrible idea. Like
Yeah,
most of my suppliers contract out a warehouse in logistics management, but as far as I can tell, that basically means that they are functionally abdicating responsibility for making sure stuff shows up on time.
yeah. So, basically, if you're in the US, stuff will usually get to you on time. There are two exceptions to that. One is the USPS. You are gambling hard if you use USPS. And they don't do.
Usually, the stuff I buy from USPS arrives via USPS arrives on time. The question is really the condition that it arrives in.
Yeah, those post office workers don't care. Um, if there is a problem with your order, good luck getting assistance. Just don't use USPS. The other one, regional dependent, FedEx. There are some FedEx branches and some FedEx terminals that are really good. And then you have the Atlanta terminal.
In my experience, if I order something via FedEx, it goes to Germany and then stays in Germany for like 3 weeks for some reason.
Yeah. So my problem with FedEx is the Atlanta terminal will just lose shit. Like they won't know where it is. They'll magically find it 2 weeks later, and it'll be late getting to the customer after I've already given them tracking. And of course, their internal tracking will show delivered because they delivered one pallet, but there were 3 in this order. This has happened. I don't have enough fingers on one hand to count how many times this has happened.
There's actually a Blue Archive story about this. It's one of the mini stories about about Kisaki's subordinates trying to get her birthday cake for her birthday, and there's this one terminal in Kivotos, which is basically packages go in, they don't come out. It's 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 the most expensive. It's the least expensive logistics you can get. So most people use it because they think they're getting a bargain, but you will probably, better than 50% chance get a package, but there is no reason to believe that it'll be the package that you intended.
Yes. So if you are in my neck of the woods, the safest bet to ship is USPS, or not USPS, UPS. So what can Brown do for you? Get your package there on time 99% of the time. So I always use UPS
This
if at
is
all
not a paid
possible.
advertisement.
No. Although if you want to sponsor me, I mean, I'll take the money. So, but yeah, I try to use UPS whenever I can. It's just not always available. Not something they can do. So got to take what you can get. And then you got let's see, Saya Freight's usually okay too. I have not had an issue with them delivering, although they are usually monstrously expensive because they're much smaller. So that is my work week tangent that I wanted to get off my chest there, and will also be why I don't get as much stuff done next week. Uh, we'll try to get through the rest of Intermagnolia to talk about that as a proper video game, so that we can give you the full lowdown on that. Okay, what do we got now? Right. So the big thing this week for video gaming. Uh, well, do I want to do that now? It's going to take the longest. I'll talk briefly about the anime I put on while I was playing Ender Magnolia because there ain't a whole lot of talking in that game. And while I was doing some grinding in Liza P for the event I'll be talking about shortly, and to go get weapon materials and try and get some more weapon options to take into this fight just to try out different stuff. And that was I put Fire Force on the other monitor because Vol mentioned the anime is now done. I didn't know the anime was done. I had read the manga a few years ago, and just kind of wanted to see where the anime went. And it's fun. It's anything by the Soul Eater guy. I think can in his style of comedy being so just blunt.
Yeah,
I
he's basically just unreserved. He's from a slightly older era and just doesn't care to keep up with the times
yeah
because the times is basically neutered comedy.
yeah, and it's just fun. I think I like the Fire Force cast a bit better than the Soul Eater cast. We don't have the episode with Excalibur, but instead we have Arthur.
Well, I mean, he's basically the origin point of all of that, is my understanding.
Yeah. The
Like the story goes, as I understand it, the way that it ends is basically everybody on Earth loses their powers when the world is remade, but somehow Arthur's ended up in orbit or something,
oh yeah.
so he becomes the last remaining like superpowered person from the old Fire Force era.
Yeah, I think some of them are implied to get soul powers to compensate, and join whatever faction Shinra starts afterwards. But I
Having
think
children with all the ladies faction, apparently.
yeah, it's and for as crass as some of the brick jokes are, they're just funny. Like I like Maki's you know military girl, serious mode tomboy in combat, super girly girl outside of it, and will not take any compliment that isn't a compliment to her femininity. Like it's just funny, and it's just
Her
on.
family is fun as well.
I don't know if I met her family yet, or if they showed up in
Uh,
the
th-
anime.
well, they're a military family, of course, so they're all a bit wacko.
Yeah, and just the the lieutenant who has zero fashion sense and doesn't even look at the clothes he puts on. So when the girls go shopping for him, and he shows up with some like baby daddy hat and the male equivalent of a Playboy bunny outfit to the office, and just thinks this is normal attire with his deadpan serious face, is just good comedy. The captain and his obsession with working out, and the poor Tamaki who can't who has the magical ability to defy physics and fall out of her clothes whenever she trips or does anything really.
The the new breed of like super woke anime fans were so mad about her.
Yeah, but her joke is funny.
No, you're not allowed to laugh at it.
Like they have at the start of season 2, they had this big mega infernal attacking, but it's company policy to have a sister of the church come and read the prayer. Oh well, Tamaki's had sister training, and Iris is busy somewhere else. I'll have her stick her in a nun hat and outfit, and get her over here to read the prayer. She somehow is able to, while praying, uh, strategically trip in a way that makes everything except for her underwear and the hat fall off. And
I
this
don't
makes
know if they ever actually explain that as anything other than, just a personal curse of hers.
yeah, I think they ascribe it to her
She
being an embodiment of something, but I think it's a brick joke. I don't think it's a serious in-universe explanation.
but, realistically, the reason why the Wokies were so upset about it is because most of the time she ends up winning her fights that way.
Yeah, like she has to fight that assassin in the tunnel, and she fights him again later in the series, but I haven't got to that episode yet. And basically, this dude is a hard-boiled, super tough assassin, but uh, he is very easily flustered. And so, even though he's like the strongest fighter that the White Clad got, it doesn't matter because he's fighting Tamaki. So she wins by being Tamaki and tripping and falling out of everything. Just a funny running joke throughout the series that they use a lot, but they don't feel like they overuse it because her character is a brick joke. She doesn't have a whole lot of depth, but they don't overplay the joke. But when one of your main cast is a brick joke, you expect a lot of it. So I imagine people just the Wokies don't like Fire Force at all because that's literally all Tamaki does.
Well, I mean, it's sort of hard to tell because most of their objections to basically anything they object to is purely performative. They don't. It doesn't reflect the position of any actual opinions of their own. Like
Yeah,
most of them don't actually have opinions. So
yeah. So so yeah, the crew is fun. I'm up to them going to the Chinese peninsula at the start of season 2. I like how they're uh they're going through and there's hallucinogenic not hallucinogenic, but euphoric stimulant gas rising out of the ground, and the mad scientist professor dude's the only one that puts on a gas mask, and everybody else on the truck is just intentionally
high as
huffing
a
this.
kite.
Yeah, they're huffing this stuff and going crazy, and everybody's saying weird stuff and acting insane except for Arthur. The fumes have the opposite effect on Arthur, where he is calm and collected for once. It quiets the voices. Arthur's power is also wonderful. Just he is as strong as his delusions uh get out of control. So the more knightly he feels, the more powerful he is. And when he has to defend a workshop in season 1, the technician at the workshop is like, "How do I make it feel more like a knight?" I know, and he just straps a donkey head to his crotch and calls it a mount. And this works until the donkey is destroyed. So so yeah, Fire Force is fun. It's one I haven't talked about a lot before, but I have liked it. Just the brick style of comedy action show that you just don't get very
I
much of anymore.
I think that it does a lot of things well though. Like it's got a certain intensity and edge to it that I think is it feels a lot more genuine than the modern sort of breed of edgy shonen. Like if you look at Jujutsu Kaisen, which is trying very hard to be an edgier shonen, but it doesn't feel very genuine. It feels like they're setting out to be edgy. Whereas because there's so much sort of like gallows humor in Fire Force, the sort of the dire nature of the state of the world feels more genuine.
Yeah, it's also just a very direct show with both its comedy and its story. It's not trying to play subtle at all. So the author's intent is right in front of your face, and you feel like everything you're getting is exactly what he wanted to say. There's no room for interpretation really here. It's just what you see is what you get, and it was the same way in Soul Eater in that way, where it was very blunt. So it's also just not a style we get very often. Everything's got to be dark or subversive or subtle these days. And it's sometimes just nice to have a story that's knows what it is and proud of it.
Well, the thing is that that's now in short supply, so it's not sometimes it's nice, it's like, "I wish we had more." Like, and pe everybody knows this as well, even if it's on a subconscious level, like, that was what people liked about My Hero Academia.
Yeah,
It was not they did not like the fact they did not like the the facts on the ground for anything intrinsic to themselves. They liked it because it was a story about heroism being good, as opposed to heroism being futile or whatever is popular now.
yeah. In fact, the whole story is
Like
about
like
actively refuting that.
the popular like the popular storylines that are being, funneled into the Netflix slop, and that are all about, oh, heroism is actually something that's totally insincere, nobody actually means it.
Yeah, that's that is definitely what they're doing. And if they're not doing that, they're trying to make it, some thinly veiled allegory for some real world thing. No, 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 none of that crap.
Put a chicken and make it gay.
Yeah, like let's not do that. Let's just have firefighters go punch fires. So yeah,
I mean, and it's also sort of like, I found it to be really creative because they did not immediately they did not immediately go down the route of, okay, so the religious structure is actually a monolithically evil entity.
yeah, no, they go out of their way, in fact, to say that even if uh, parts of the church are set up in a way or built by the villains and are corrupt, the institution of the church itself is still helpful to people. You can't just throw it out because a lot of people, in a world where anybody can suddenly turn to a fire monster and go on a rampage killing a lot of people, you know, having having some kind of faith grounding helps you deal with that.
I mean, the trend is always to make the institutional religion like intrinsically evil, and it always comes off as just like, yeah, you're mad at your dad, aren't you? That's basically the reason you did this. You're mad because your dad made you go to church when you were a kid.
Yeah, the I like the way that the E series has been pretty good about this, and that even if they have an evil member of the church as an institution is always shown to be helpful, and that there are plenty of good actors in the church as well that are actually following the church's teachings. And the church in the East series is literally the Christian church, just with a different name. And that it's not all bad. So they can't stop themselves from having the trope of the evil minister or whatever occasionally, or the evil priest, but they always go out of their way to counterbalance it, which I've always appreciated. So like in Oath and Felgana, like the town is betrayed by the local priest, but there's another priest in town who is a genuine member of the church instead of a subversive undercover dude, and he actually is incredibly helpful and out looking out for the best of the people in town. And it's not the church's fault that this one dude was human and corrupt. So yeah, but yeah, Fire Force just in general is fun. I like it as a story. It's very good background material for putting on the other monitor because it's very easy to tell when you can just listen to them yapping at the fire station, uh, and focus on exploring and take in the yapping, and when you need to look over because something's actually happening. Because very blunt series, they're gonna make noises when jokes are going on or when action's happening. So I found it relatively good for that. All right. Um. So where do we go from here? Right. So I've been delaying talking about it because I wanted to get my thoughts in order for it. kind of been stalling because there's a lot to talk about with it. All right, the Liza P DLC. We finally got to the end of it and beat it this week. There are very, very few bosses in video games these days that can really push me to my limits and make me sit down and have to just get good again. Like most of the getting good has already been done. I've played enough of these games. The same stuff will usually apply. Even in Liza P, the rest of the DLC, nothing got past 10 attempts. The so before we get to the final boss, we'll go through the rest of the DLC that I haven't covered, I guess. Um, so I left off at Veronique and the Two-Faced Overseer. So after Two-Faced Overseer, there are 3 more bosses in the DLC. You go through some underground ruins, and you find the Anguish Guardian of the Ruins, which is Liza P's attempt to perfect the big monster type boss, and they do a relatively good job. He's a big monolithic dude that hits like a tanker truck, and is a a monstrosity that has a human head and crawls on like 6 arms with one giant arm coming out of his back holding a trident. And he's got a smaller trident in one of his front hands. And he's got crystal growths coming out of his head and the hand, one of his 2 front hands, that the one that isn't holding a trident. And the thing with this fight is you can fight it like a big monster fight without a gimmick if you want. That's ill-advised given how much health this guy has. But he actually has 2 lock-on points. The crystals on the hand in front of him or the crystals on the head. And breaking either of these by doing enough damage to him will cause him to stagger. And you get some free damage in. And if you break both of them, now you can get a proper full stagger on him and do the critical attack you get for knocking down enemies. And you'll want to do this if at all possible. So he's just a very good execution of this. His attacks are big, and he has a lot of them because he's a DLC boss. A lot to learn and get down here. Took about 10 attempts. And was just a genuinely good execution of the big body boss, which is pretty hard to do. Because of the double lock-on points, it allows you to adjust the camera for any given attack he's done, and the hands seem strategically placed on his body as a lock-on point that you can damage. So you can switch to it if he rears up for big slam attacks and does the usual big monster attacks that would usually cause the camera to need you to not lock on anymore. But having a second lock-on point helps alleviate this because now you can lock on to the focus point of the slam attack, which is going to be that hand. So you can time your perfect parries appropriately. He has a lot of other mechanics that are interesting, but not worth really focusing on, as they're just a good execution of the big monster boss. Does the current Souls community's favorite bugbear after they all cried about, I say community with the biggest fattest air quotes, after Radon of in phase 2, his attacks get holy damage follow-ups where light magic explodes behind every big trident swing he makes. So those aren't safe to just go whacking anymore. So yeah. That's that boss. And then you have Lumaccio. Because they couldn't call him Escargot to keep with the name theming, that would just be silly. But he has a snail theme. And so he's one.
Seems like a missed opportunity to me.
Yeah. So this guy is the traitor to the mercenary groups, the one that sold them all out to the alchemists and had all the good ones killed. And you find this out as you're suspicious of him the whole time, but as you're going through yet another frozen area, you're going through wrecked ships on an icy shore. You get inside one boat, and you're going to open a door, and the door just explodes. And he's like, well, that should have killed you. You must not be human. And, well, you've been a pain in my butt. and so I need to get rid of you. And so you have another stalker fight against a human opponent, and he is the most evasive of all the stalkers. He's weak to backstabs like all the other ones, but you're not going to get very far fishing for backstabs. Um, you're going to have to fight him normally and try to break his weapon if at all possible by parrying it a lot. he he's big on going into counter stances and being very fast and dodging around a lot. And the fight really just tests your ability to keep up with a boss of this level of speed because you will need it later. In fact, you will need it very shortly. And he's a 3-phase fight. First phase, just a normal human opponent that's pretty fast. Second phase, he gets faster. His combos get longer, and he regenerates health as the phase goes on. In the third phase, he turns into a still humanoid, but now decay monster that happens to a bunch of the alchemist experiments on humans when he takes some of their elixir to power up. It does not go well for him. His weaknesses change, so if you came in there trying to exploit weaknesses on the human side, you're now not going to have them for the other side. So generally, you want to fight him with just a generic weapon or with one for phase 2. And he can inflict the decay effect, which is particularly dangerous because this status effect, when you get it, it does damage over time to you. Not a lot, but enough to be a problem once the bar is filled all the way up. And as the bar is ticking down, your weapon durability slowly decreases. Now, in Liza P, a big part of the gameplay is, like in Monster Hunter, and the more you use your weapon, the more its sharpness goes down. And you have to find an opportunity to sharpen it. So his third phase is all about managing that decay debuff that's almost certainly going to be applied to you. And either bringing a lot of some consumables to chain cleanse it, or to find opportunities to really go to town with your whetstone or swap weapons just with multiple weapons to stop yourself from having your weapon worn down. So yeah, the not a whole lot talk about him for individual moves he does. The only one of super special interest is he'll throw smoke in front of him and to hide his next move, and that next move will either be a what they call a fury attack, which is where the enemy glows red. These cannot be dodged. Your iframes are voided during when an enemy does a red attack. They can hit you through iframes on a dodge, so you can't dodge it. You can't block it. You have to parry it or just not be there. So you can run away or parry it, and those are your only two options with fury attacks. And so he can use the smoke to obscure this. You'll see the red flash, but you just have to get used to the timing it's coming out. Or he can throw bombs at you if you're just sitting at a distance waiting on the fury attack to come. So you got to be ready for both and respond quickly to either. But that's the only real tricky move he's got in his arsenal. The rest is fairly standard stuff that we see with bosses, and especially stalker type bosses. Where are you? The mirror deep. So something about Liza P. We know that Liza P is a dark retelling of Pinocchio, although Pinocchio, the original series, was very dark already. Originally, he wanted to end it with Pinocchio being hung. Like the original Pinocchio books by Carlo What's His Nuts are a dark series about that are basically meant to scare kids into behaving well. But this is a dark retelling of that. So we've got, but Liza P has its own identity that it's set up with its own characters that are not part of Pinocchio. And usually in the main game, they keep these confined to the backstory, with most of the main game characters having a approximation to a character in Pinocchio. The animal characters that Pinocchio meets will be represented by humans with animal masks that work for a mercenary group, and of one flavor or another. and the other characters, like the blue fairy is your level up lady at the hotel, and stuff like that. Uh, there is one character though that you learn about in the main game as somebody that existed, and one concept that becomes clear that is totally original to Liza P as its own franchise to make itself its own thing. And that's what's making all the puppets, go crazy. Um, and this turns out that the puppets going crazy were all spoilers for Liza P, I guess, the main game, but it's been 5 years now. It turns out it was all Geppetto's fault. He built a command into all the puppets that make them follow, a a fantasy version. Well, I guess it was already a fantasy version, but a version of Isaac Asimov's rules for robotics. The you can't harm a human knowingly. You you can't tell a lie, stuff like that. And this is why P is special, is he's exempt from all this. And then we figure out what they use to make the puppets animate perpetually like they do. This magical substance called ergo. Near the end of the game, you figure out that ergo is crystallized human souls, basically, and they jam these into the puppets, and they act as fuel for the puppets to operate autonomously in these puppet bodies. If the puppet body that they're in is roughly humanoid, and so that the ergo can recognize it as a human body, and the enough of the ergo is left over after the person died that most of their soul is intact, and the person had a particularly strong sense of self, the puppets can awaken to the memories of their past life. And this was kept under wraps because the very first puppet to do this was a murderous psycho, where they collected ergo from him while he was on after he had been killed and stuffed it in a puppet just to see what it would do when they first came up with the theory that this stuff would work, because, well, he's already dead, he's not using it, that makes sense. And they had to keep this under wraps as puppets potentially awakening, because that would cause people to panic and wonder what the heck is going on with puppets and whose souls were stuffed where. And B, these puppets that you're selling to everybody can suddenly awaken and go on a rampage. That's not going to look good if people don't quite understand the process of awakening, which will be most of the public. So they have to put this under wraps. And unfortunately or fortunately for them, the problem's taken out of their hands when uh, a legendary stalker from the universe, who was one of the lawful good ones, went and took the one that originally killed the serial killer to begin with. Goes after this puppet, and this puppet's name is Arlecchino, and well, that was his real name too. And is going to put him down again. The DLC happens while this is ongoing, and she is currently hunting this puppet because the Arlecchino has decided that now that he's got a second lease on life, the very first thing he wants to do is go kidnap the apprentice of the person that killed him and torture them and force her to come fight him again. Because now he's in a puppet body, and he's had the alchemists augment it with all kinds of ridiculous combat upgrades that weaponize the ergo inside of him and turn him into a super monster. And the dude is legitimately bonkers. He is absolutely insane. And the reason all that backstory is relevant is because Leia is the Pinocchio you play as is never called Pinocchio. It's called P. And that's because the puppet that you play as is actually houses the soul of Carlo, Geppetto's son. And the whole point of the game is for him to awaken the ergo enough through putting P through all kinds of rigorous challenges that he can rip out P's heart and put it in a more tailor-made puppet that uses parts of his son's original body to guarantee that Carlo will wake up and become alive again. This doesn't work out for him in any ending. Uh, but because before Carlo died, he was training with Leia to become a stalker and hated Geppetto because Geppetto is a murderous psychopath. But he died, and his best friend Romeo also would die before the main story. Although Romeo is barely still alive here. This is where Romeo. Uh, this is the story of how Romeo died in the main game. Uh, so Leia's got a personal investment in you as the player character, but P doesn't know this at this point in the game. He doesn't figure it out until later, and he can't verbalize yet at the point you go into the DLC, so he can't ever express it to her when he goes back in time. And so you need to go just get this. You just get this inkling that you're here in this time period to go help Leia stop this killer, and you're hoping that you can change the past and maybe save Leia and Romeo. Not going to happen in the end, but we'll get to that. And I think they actually handled this well because this is a time travel story. It takes the simpler route of you cannot change the past. The major events of the past are going to happen. You can make minor tweaks, but the major events are locked. There's nothing you can do to change them. Like you can put a bell on a kitten, and when you go back to the present, when it's a cat, it will decide it likes that bell color and wear it now. And that's about the extent of the changes Pinocchio is allowed to make, or he's allowed to make. So throughout this entire DLC, you're playing catch up with Leia, and you finally find her, and she's sick with the petrification disease. So this isn't going to be a free fight like it was when she bodied Arlecchino the first time, when he was still human. She needs help badly. So yeah, you go and help her, and she is the genuine paragon they built her up as. She's not a subversive character whatsoever. She wasn't secretly evil or just doing her best. She's a humble, genuine hero. She wouldn't call herself a hero, but you know what hero would? And that was just a really good breath of fresh air that I found going through it. And this will be even more relevant when we get to the end of it, and she realizes who this strange entity that showed up that looks vaguely familiar is, because she won't realize it until after we beat the boss. So we eventually get fight with her as a mandatory sequence of going through the pathway up to the orphanage where Carlo and Romeo and Sophia were raised, the Blue Fairy, and that Leia would stop by and visit sometimes. Carlo would also stop by and visit and play with Romeo occasionally because Geppetto was always too busy to be, a dad. No idea where the mom is. So they're going through this, and Carlo and Jiminy Cricket in your pocket are slowly remembering more about this place because the cricket in your pocket has also had his memories wiped by the time of the main game, and so they're discovering more and more. Like, oh, I remember this place. Oh, yeah, we used to hang out here. We have a personal connection here, and you go through it, and eventually, after watching Leia be a certified baller that can keep up with the player and is the only AI in the game that can keep up with the player in terms of efficiency and damage output, uh, she finds Romeo's arms hanging from some cloth on the ceiling, and telling her to hurry up because Romeo's not going to stay alive much longer from our big evil mustache twirly villain. And she breaks down for a little bit and has to gather her thoughts. So you go on ahead and punch through the rest of the estate, and she catches back up with you. And you make it to the back garden where Romeo's being held, and she goes ahead of you on your way up there, just ignoring her own disease and the problems this is causing to go rush to try and save Romeo. Does not work out well for her because she's now fighting Arlecchino with her disease acting up while emotionally unstable, and she gets absolutely wrecked. And so you wander in, and Arlecchino turns to you, tips his hat, his big top hat, and with this horrifying puppet face that he has inserted human teeth into, and some poor man's human face onto, just looks at you with this terrifying grin and goes, "And who might you be?" And gives you this terrifying look. And this is the setup for the fight. So we've got a whole lot of emotional investment in the fight with characters that are relevant to the story that have been going on, which is always a plus. Something a lot of these Souls type games fail at is setting you up to actually give a crap about the final boss of the DLC outside of, abstract item descriptions or whatever. You don't need Vadividia to explain this one to you. You've just gone through everything. You know why Arlecchino's a bad guy. You even interacted with the remains of his puppet body masquerading as the Riddle King, uh, testing P's to see if he was human in the main game. So you know you don't fully kill him here. And phase one starts. Now, first off, I want to talk about the terrifying design of this guy. You can see the hat tip animation if you open my notes. I'll pull it on the main screen in just a second here. Let me zoom in. Let me just come on. There we go. So you can see the scene I was talking about at the start there with his little hat tip animation with his sword and sickle and the fake teeth going on and the fake human skin on top of his puppet face. And this looks amazing in the environment. You're fighting in a field with a giant pool of blood from all his victims that he's at this location that he walks through in a pure white coat, and it and his boots are bloodstained the entire fight to make sure he really pops with his white coat, black shirt, and bloody boots and lower coat. There is no way to mistake him for anything else going on in the environment. So it pops, it looks menacing, and he has a flippin' literal twirly mustache.
I mean, did he in life, or did he just realize he needs to be a mustache twirling villain?
We don't know. I don't think we ever get to see his human form.
Because, I
So
mean, puppets don't generally grow facial hair.
no, he's grafted it onto his face like the face skin and the teeth. So rather quickly in phase one, you'll knock off his hat, and he has grafted fake hair onto his head too. Uh, so and the whole time, his whole shtick throughout the fight and in the lead up to it, because you'll find audio logs taunting Leia about how he's going to prove how much of a human he is and how much of a monster she is for brutally murdering people like him who deserve it. The
Are you trying to say he's not just misunderstood?
no, he's a monster. The whole shtick of the fight is that P, as in Carlo P, while fighting him, Arlecchino's trying to prove that he's more human, and that him being able to feel something despite this manufactured body proves that he's alive, and that he's a genuine human, but he has no attachment to other people, which P does. So he starts the fight with a sickle and a serrated, somewhere between a short sword and a long sword, dual wielding them. He's odd in terms of weaknesses, in that they give you a lot of flexibility because they know that this guy's going to be tough and they want you to be able to use as many weapons as you want. He has the standard puppet weaknesses to electricity and strike, so that's blunt damage. He's also weak to things that humans are weak against, presumably because of all the human crap he's got grafted onto himself. That's decay and acid damage. He only resists fire and its associated status effect overheat. He also has a very, very minor resistance to slash and pierce type damage, but it's so minor that it doesn't come into the equation. So basically, as long as you're not using a fire weapon, you can come into this fight and deal with it however you want. None of the boss weapons have elemental affinity anyway, and that's probably what you're going to be using because the legendary weapons have unique movesets that generally give you more options in combat. So you're probably going to want to fight him with one of those. None of those have elemental infusions, so it's a moot point. So, make sure this is actually showing up on the screen. So yeah, He hits hard. Like I had the heaviest frame equipped, and 50 vitality, and he was chunking me for 25 to 60% on a light attack and 60% on a heavy hit. And he attacks fast. So you will not want to get hit by anything if you can help it, because 2 light hits puts you in death range of a heavy hit, and 1 heavy hit puts you in death range of a second heavy hit or 2 light hits. And because his combos are quite long, your chance of perfect parrying the whole thing ain't great. You can break his weapons by chaining parries on them. This is standard in Liza P. Bosses have higher weapon durability. His weapons have quite a bit of durability, but it's a strat you can go for. It takes 30 plus solid perfect parries per weapon to break it, and given that he has 4 of them in the next phase, you're going to be there a while if you try to break his weapons. But you can do it if you want to. Both phases also heavily incentivize learning to perfect parry his combos and his individual power moves in full, and you'll see why when we get to each one. But so yeah, we're in for a bit of work here. The other thing to note is if in case you're unaware, Liza P focuses on its parry system, but it has generally the tightest parry window of any of the games. We're talking Devil May Cry 3 Royal Guard timing on parries.
This is what happens when you let rhythm game developers decide on the timing.
Yeah. So it does feel good to learn, but it is not easy. You have to do it over and over again in practice. Like it's assumed you're going to die until you get the rhythm of the boss down, and rhythm is very important because one missed parry moves you out of sync for the rest of the combo. So phase 1, he's standing up in the white coat and the suit with the twirly mustache, and has a sickle in one hand and a long serrated sword in the other. So the big thing about this one is at the end of any of his combos, or after he does a move, if it hits you, as in you don't perfect parry it, if you attempt to heal afterwards, he will follow up with an unblockable sickle strike and pull you towards him and then slash you with a sword. It doesn't hit very hard, but it does mean you're going to have even less health to work with when you have to panic heal after that. So it very heavily incentivizes, at the very least, learning to perfect parry the last hit of every combo. I'm not going to go into all the individual moves, but he has a lot of them. You can take a look at them there and pause the video if you want. So, phase 1 is not super long. He's only got about 20k HP in this phase. Not even like 15k. But you're gonna get it down pat because this isn't the hard part of the fight. This is to get you used to the pace of the fight, which is handy. Because if they just airdropped you into phase 2, this would be an even more painful fight, trying to adjust to that level of speed and punishment for failing to parry. So, and then you get that phase down. Oh, I should also note, at any point in this fight, you can go run by the door and press A next to Leia, who's been downed after the initial cutscene, and pick her back up and have a cinematic fight instead of a proper boss. This is here for people. I think they knew what they had cooked was gonna be just too much for some people. I've linked Bay's attempts doing him with Leia in the live show chat. You can watch her try to do it, and she is losing her marbles for like 5 hours with Leia on this boss. So, and then we get the most ridiculous phase transition attack of all time. Now, I'm gonna, instead of just reading that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up, I'm going to mute that. I'm going to pull this YouTube video over to my main monitor. And I'm going to play it while I'm talking about this. And you will see the phase transition attack in full. This guy perfect parries the whole thing. I only managed to do this twice. You're going to get hit by something. But there are key parts of it that you need to parry. That being the last hit of that and that, as well as the dive bomb from earlier. You also need to dodge that last explosion there. And that is a 30-second long phase transition attack that is just really, really tough to dodge because 8 frames on every hit is a lot. Takes a lot of practice. You will die for hours practicing it. Even getting past it, you're usually going to be left in such a ragged state that even getting a proper start on phase 2 is hard. So until you can do that phase transition correctly, number one, you're not ready for phase 2 because it's even faster and more ridiculous and involves the break status effect. And number two, he'll do it again. So
goofyface.jpg.
yeah, when he falls into phase 2, he overheats himself, burning away his coat and the rest of his suit, and he's now just got his golden puppet form exposed. Most of the skin that he grafted onto himself burns away. The fake hair gets unslicked and falls into the pool of blood and gets soaked and turns bright red. And his gloves burn away. And one of my favorite details, you can barely see it in this picture in phase 2, is the dude has actually grafted human fingertips onto his fingers. He's so obsessed with being human. Like, it just makes him just more of a monster.
And it just wants to be a real boy, Aristeel.
Yeah, it's not working for him. So his hair now looks like a blood cape because it's dripping with blood and now not slicked back. And is crackling with alchemist magic and which is non-elemental. He also ditches his sickle and sword for 2 wrist-mounted blades and 2 gigantic buzzsaws attached to his back. The blades are not the problem. The buzzsaws are, and these will be what kills you pretty much every single time. This phase is fast, really fast, and relentless. There is very few opportunities to heal, and when you can heal, if you did not perfect parry any buzzsaw attack, you'll be afflicted with the break status, which is a unique status in the game in that it doesn't behave like the other status effects. It's in the game, it was in the base game, but it was a rare status effect, and no bosses had it. What the break status effect does is you don't fill up the bar and then get afflicted with the status and have to deal with its effects. No. The more the break status is built up towards a full bar, the more intense its effect is. And break's effect is it reduces the healing you can do to yourself. So you heal for less and less and less, and if it fills up all the way, you can't heal at all because it's proportional. So if you have a quarter of a break bar, you're only healing for 75% of what a heal will normally do. Making you have to consume way more healing resources if you start making mistakes and get off rhythm. He has a crap load of attacks. The attacks I have listed here don't even cover half of them, and they're just what I called them going through and what he can do and what you got to learn. But there are 2 things of note. One is the buzzsaw trap, where he will leave after images of his buzzsaws glowing with red magic on the field. There'll be 4 of them. They'll target the player's location at the time they're cast, and then about 2 seconds later, they'll all converge on that location. So this makes you have to have very good positional awareness of where they're at. He usually puts 3 in a line and 1 out of sync. So you can find the gap that's relatively safe fairly easily. But you do have to be mindful of it. He will immediately follow this up with either a combo, which actually usually knocks you out of the range of the buzzsaw, so it works if you perfect parry it. Or he will follow it up with one of his heavier hits, which is a bigger problem. You just got to be really on the ball and look for him to glow red, because all of his heavy attacks in this phase are fury attacks. Or the scariest thing he can do, his grab attack. At any point, at the end of most of his combos, not all of them, but most of them, or just whenever he feels like it, his eyes will flash red. And you have about a second to react to this. You need to time a dodge, and at the exact moment, he stabs his left hand forward. Not a block, not a parry, a dodge. Because it's a grab, it can't be blocked. If this grab hits you, It does not matter what's going on. You're going to die. It is back to the start of the fight with you. This thing will kill you over and over and over again because you are trying to keep up with so much and the raw speed of this fight going on through the whole thing. It is a very intense fight with a lot of heavily punishing mechanics if you fail them. And uh it's very taxing. And I loved every second of this fight. Absolutely every second of it. It was a joy to learn. It's one of a handful of bosses that I have enough fingers on my hands to on one hand to count that have taken me multiple days of legitimate practice. And I could tell you, oh, it's because I'm switching to a new controller with the Steam controller, but that wasn't it. The Steam controller performed perfectly fine in this boss fight. I adjusted to it in less than 30 minutes, and it felt perfectly natural. I had zero issues whatsoever with the controller in a fight this intense. And this is about as hard as I can push this thing for regular 3D combat in terms of raw intensity. The controller became a non-factor almost immediately, and I've been using the DualSense for the entire rest of the game. But yeah, he's just rough. And at the very end of the fight, now something worth doing. I went and looked it up later because I didn't use Leia. But if you do revive Leia, there's a lot of banter between her and him throughout the fight. While the fight is significantly easier because he sometimes goes after Leia, it's not a walkover like most NPC fights. Just because of the raw punishment he gives you for failing anything. I mean, you can get it done in a few hours that way, but you're still going to have to learn the boss. Or just, really lame it out and let Leia tank everything. But she doesn't have unlimited health, so I don't know how that operates, if you can revive her again after she goes down or what. So yeah. So we'll do the fight without Leia's assistance first. You get to the end of the fight, and you knock him down, and he slides across the blood pool, and he swings his buzzsaw and knocks away your weapon. Leia's too overcome by the disease to help you herself, so in the most anime thing of all time, she chucks her sword past his head into your hand and lets you use her big cinematic finishing move that she uses when you're running around with her to finish him off. And he collapses defeated and torn to pieces on the ground. Not dead, but when you find him in the main game, he's a broken torso, so you leave him in roughly that shape. But he's incapacitated, and you manage to get Romeo down off of his crucified hero shot that he gets in the background. By the way, Arlecchino, after ripping off Romeo's arms, put robot arms on him just to have him in a crucified shot when Leia showed up. That's how demented this guy is. So you get there, and Leia's disease is really pushing on her now. She can barely move after everything, and it looks like you've rescued Leia and Romeo, but Leia is still gonna die from the disease. But she's managed to get Romeo down, and he's still alive for the moment, but in really, really bad shape, and probably not going to make it. And you go there, and just go to hand her sword back. She's like, "I'm not going to have much more use for that. You can keep it." So you get to keep her sword and keep the big cinematic finisher and use it in normal gameplay whenever you want. Now, number one. Number two, it's a really nice moment, even though it takes her until a few more seconds to realize that the thing that was fighting with her was her former apprentice that showed back up out of time to come help her deal with this last challenge. And you fade away with the sword back to your original time, and then you see the real murderer of those two was not Arlecchino. Whereas originally in history it was written that it was a mutual kill and that Arlecchino had killed Leia and her subordinate. That isn't what happened. Geppetto showed up and murked him.
It's hardly sporting.
No. So you did not change the past. So what was the point of all this? Well, after you beat the boss, you will unlock a door at the hotel that has a recorded message from Leia from before she went out, before Arlecchino's second rampage. This is right after Carlo died, who you remember you play as the puppet housing the soul of. And she basically is lamenting that that she couldn't protect Carlo, and how she's going to do her best to make sure this doesn't happen again to anyone else under her care, and how she's going to redouble her efforts to be a hero. And at the end of it, while she's in tears talking about how much she misses her apprentice and how much she thinks she failed him, she just goes, "I really wish I could just sit and watch the sunrise with him one more time." And that's exactly what you do right before you fade away, while she's sitting there holding Romeo and handing you the sword. And it's just really, really well done. The only element that isn't from the original Pinocchio that got brought in, that's from the Disney adaptation specifically, is the way you summon a clone of yourself normally to come help you in boss fights is you go to a wishing well and you put a star stone in there. You make a wish upon a star. It's the only element that's exclusive to the Disney story for Pinocchio that came through. And you realize the reason you can't summon any NPCs for the DLC, if you think about it for a second, is because Leia's the one that made a wish and summoned you back in that original recording to just see the sunrise with you one more time. And that was your whole point of going back, was just to grant her comfort before her end. You weren't there to change anything. You were just there to give her emotional closure before the end. And I just thought that was really beautiful, and a rare win narratively for the these type of games, which normally backseat that crap pretty hard.
I mean,
Help helps
Vati's
this all
always
voice.
around to spare them doing any work.
Yeah. Well, Vati doesn't cover Lies of P, so maybe NeoWaz thought they had to actually, do all this explicitly and make it voice acted. But yeah, it was a really well done scene and a really well done finale to the DLC. Narratively, he is a S plus tier boss. Mechanically, he's an S plus tier boss. Difficulty, he's an S plus tier boss. Like he is a contender for one of my favorite bosses in any of these style of games now. Just from the narrative weight alone, I really like the fight and how difficult it is and all that stuff. But just from the narrative weight alone, and his character as the literal mustache twirling evil man reincarnated into a robot. You know, he had presence in the main game. We knew who he was. We knew what type of monster he was. Supposedly, we knew he had some relation to Carlo's teacher, but we didn't know her. She got one voice line in the main game in a pseudo flashback, and that's all we knew about her. And seeing all that brought forward in the DLC was a perfect way to expand this universe and finish it off. And if you want the experience of watching somebody go through the fight, watching Bae's playthrough with Leia is really good. Like just straight up really good.
She blow out your earballs.
Yeah, she does. Because our boy is crazy, hits hard, and she summons Leia for every attempt she remembers Leia exists, and just has to suffer her way through it for 5 hours with a summon. And I don't think she's playing on the default difficulty either. I could be wrong about that, though. So yeah, Lies of P DLC is 100% worth it. Even with me telling you everything that happens, if you're remotely interested in these style of games, it's worth seeing the acting and performances yourself. Arlecchino in particular has the hammiest evil villain voice actor of all time. Like he sounds like a squeaky snidely Whiplash. Like this dude was waiting to play a role like this his entire life. And the emotional performance of Leia at the end is also really good. all the other bosses in the DLC are good. It's almost unfortunate that they are in a DLC that has Arlecchino in it because Arlecchino is going to outshine everything. But they're all really good. The only ones I had a problem with were the initial like first mini boss and first boss with a health bar. They don't even let you fight that boss in the boss rematch feature. So they might internally consider it a mini boss with the crocodile. That was the giant crocodile from last week. Everything else in the DLC is a major win, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
See a
Do
chest.
do recommend. So yeah, that's all my solo stuff that I had. So, I think I'm done. You don't really have any context for these type of games, so I don't expect you to uh, have much you want answered or any commentary to add. But if for some
If I
reason you
had
do,
more time, because the thing is, I like playing things that are time consuming in the grinding and farming aspect. And unfortunately, that just basically ends up speaking for all my time. So things that require me to bash my head against a genre that I don't have a great deal of experience with, it's like, well, I just don't feel like that's going to be a useful expenditure of the scant free time I have available unless I decide to make that my jam. And it's not really my thing to spend a huge amount of time smashing my face against skill-based challenges. I mean, I'm more happy to do it with action games than I am with, say, platformers, which I despise repeating jumps over and over again. But it's still kind of at the edges of what I'm willing to do.
yeah, there is a unfortunate effect of these type of games if they're your most preferred type of video game, and that you wind up like a drug addict chasing the original high you got and sense of accomplishment for taking down something that was way outside your weight class and feeling yourself mentally level up to be able to handle challenges of that caliber as you muscled your way through it. Because the more and more of these you get under your belt, the more this stuff becomes automatic in reading these bosses and figuring out what to do. And you just you don't have that same sense of accomplishment. And it takes a boss's boss like Arlecchino to really bring that out again. And I was just genuinely impressed that NeoWaz of all
But
people managed to pull it off.
what is the time elapsed from the start of your successful run to the end of your successful run? Like, how long is the fight that you cleared him with?
My most successful run was probably about 6 minutes. So
6 minutes is an extremely freaking long time to stay completely focused.
yeah, the failed attempts were all much longer because I was failing more parries and having to frantically heal. But the 6 minutes it took me to get him down, because of the way Liza P works, the perfect parry and stuff means you recover faster, have more opportunities to attack. Don't need to heal or consume resources, can focus more resources on offense, stuff like that. So the fight naturally gets shorter. Might have been closer to 5 minutes, but it definitely wasn't less than five. So yeah, I think that's it for Liza P for now. I honestly was tempted to boot the game up and try and fight him on the harder difficulties because you can just go to the Stargazer and do that. You can fight them in difficulties beyond what's available in the base game once you beat the boss normally, and they're just there. So I've been tempted to do that, but yeah. Um, I want to say he took
There, is there anything for it, like any achievement or anything?
no, just if you want to. So no way to show it off other than screenshotting it and showing it to your friends, and show them your time on whatever difficulty. But yeah, it's there. I could go back to the Hotel Stargazer and fight him again if I wanted.
And
So
have the Souls community seethe and claim that it wasn't really all that hard because something.
oh, I'm sure there is some some busted build that makes it marginally easier, but I doubt you're trivializing that fight. Like, it's just not how Arlecchino works. His stuff is too punishing that if you don't know how to deal with the attacks, um, you're just you're gonna have a bad time. So I don't know if there's a cheese ball method, and generally speaking, he does seem to have a reputation as one of the harder Souls-like bosses that's out there, just because of his ferocity in Phase 2, if nothing else. So yeah, don't really have much more to add to that. Um, check out Liza P DLC if you like the main game. Prepare your butt for the last boss is great. Even knowing everything, it's worth experiencing it firsthand just to see the performances and go through the learning process yourself. It's a wonderful time. So, yeah, that's all I got. I have no gacha anything to bounce off of. So, talk about gachas this week. I got nothing really.
All right.
At least I don't think I. Oh, I have one minor thing, but we'll get to that later.
Well,
No, it'll
you
come
got
up when we
the
get to that gacha.
anyway. Right, gotchas. Let's go down the list. Blue Archive didn't do any Blue Archive this week, but the next chapter of Decogrammaton's coming out next week, I think. But I think it's going to be pretty heavily segmented, so I don't know how much story we'll actually get. But I think that story is sort of like coming towards its conclusion now, based on basically things getting pretty dire towards the end of the previous one. The writing for Decogrammaton has actually been pretty good. It's fairly surprisingly, it's fairly Rio centric. Like it's very much serves as a chapter of games development department as it moves on, because a lot of it's concerned with like basically Rio's rapprochement with being a normal person. Like she has part of that in Saya's event, but the other part of it is in Decogrammaton, where she basically has to try and be a bit more normal and interact with people in a sane way. But that's for next week. Moving on. I still haven't really touched the Bootopia event. I did like the first tutorial one, but then I got distracted by something. It's interesting, but I didn't find it compelling.
It feels like a
It was
first iteration or expansion using of an idea using the bang boos. Like it doesn't feel like the finished form of what they originally or what they have in mind for this thing yet. Is the best way I can describe it.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I mean, I'm gonna have to go through it because there's rewards for it, right? But I've got a month to do it, and it not being super compelling, it not really having much of a storyline that it's certainly not that they broach early on, and me having a full month to actually clear it didn't generate any motivation to actually participate
If you
in a big hurry.
if you were to decide you didn't care about the story and skip the cutscenes, you could probably get through it in a couple hours. Tack on
But
about
yeah,
another 30 minutes to an hour for the cutscenes.
I I'm not that sanguine about the inventory management either. Like,
Generally speaking, they played it safe to a degree where I wonder why inventory management was even a thing. Because as soon as you
well,
get
that
a
was the thing, right? Like every time I thought that they were going to make a thing out of inventory management, this is like, well, actually, they're just going to absolutely funnel junk at you at a ridiculous pace. So there's not actually any scarcity. There's just nuisance.
yeah, well, the thing here, after like it's a thing for like the first two or three, four trips in, but then eventually you'll defeat a boss and find a purple or a orange inventory bag, and it's a non-issue. And by then you'll also have realized that you get so many Marcel coin vendor trash stuff that you don't actually have to pick up very many chests going through the world to have enough coins to buy everything.
Yeah, that's sort of the problem, really, though, right? And this is sort of part of why the gacha, and particularly Hoyo, that not though not exclusively Hoyo, habit of integrating events with drastically different game modes, it always ends up being frustrating. Is that because it is not the genre, there's no percentage in making it hard because you're going to only annoy your player base who didn't sign up for it. But still, in order to maintain their interest, you need to make sure that they can get the rewards. So you always have to soft pedal it. You don't really have much choice in a lot of ways,
Okay.
meaning that you can't do anything particularly interesting. Meaning whatever you do will end up being dull.
I find
So
I find it just it makes any effort you put in to actually figure out how to optimize something or make something or get efficient at something just doesn't matter because of how easy these events are. So it's never worth it. Like you just they it makes them feel like more of a chore anytime these events come around. Even the ones I like still feel like a chore because there's so little depth to them.
yeah, I mean, it's not like there aren't game modes for that. Like you can go as deep into Battle Tower as you feel like, um, and perfect your gameplay there or whatever. And there's more difficult in-game content coming, although I'm not particularly sanguine about the description of it. But yeah, there's a lot of ZZZ is in a reasonable place right now. It's got some issues, but it seems like they're courting a whole bunch of other issues. And like, for instance, the thing that's really starting to bother a lot of people, like it all starts with Dylan, right? Like Dylan kind of ruined game balance for the stunner,
Hmm.
and that there's never going to be a stunner in the game which is as good as Dylan unless they power creep Dylan. But Dylan already power creeps every other stunner in the game, and it's not close. Like the only one that you can make an argument for being as powerful as Dylan is Nangong, and that's only because most anomaly characters' ultimates aren't that powerful. They're usually resource oriented.
Hmm.
But the from what has been coming out from beta about Normo, they that she's been caught in this sort of like buffing nerfing nexus because they can't give her Dylan's ability because that's Dylan's ability. And Dylan's ability is already broke as heck. But how could you then sell another stunner? Like that's become the problem. They need to be able to sell a stunner. And when they launched the first version of Norma, she did 6 times as much damage as Dylan, making her basically a DPS in addition to generating impact. And this was a problem because she was effectively able to displace a DPS from the team and get free stun. So they had to nerf her, but when she's in her nerfed mode, there's no reason not to use Dylan instead unless Dylan is busy elsewhere. And since Norma's original design is based around supporting attackers and particularly Rupture, there's nobody to support who isn't supported by Dylan. So yeah, they've made a real bad problem for themselves, and everybody saw it coming and they did it anyway. So yeah, they're currently trying to unstitch that problem, and unfortunately, they they seem to be in denial about it too because they're launching a new game mode in the next major version, which has fixed rosters with fixed builds for the challenges.
Hmm.
So and they basically remove most of the power characters from the roster. Like you can't use Miyabi, you can't use Shifu, you can't use Yashun, you can't use Astra. Like they've just culled all of the real heavy hitters out. But they left Dylan in there because I guess they just figured she's a multiplier. She's not the one who does the damage herself. But all that means is that, well, you have to build around Dylan now because it's an extra move you won't get otherwise. So yeah, Dylan is just a problem for the game generally. Her design is, it breaks the mold too much. It breaks too many rules at once.
Yeah,
But
they really needed to. If they wanted her to have her relatively high damage, that would have been fine by itself. If they wanted her to be able to activate ultimates by building up her meter, that would have been fine by itself. If they wanted her impact to be as high as it was, that would have been fine by itself. If they wanted the damage multiplier, that would have been fine by itself. In fact, you could probably take two of those things and it'd be okay. The problem is it's all of them.
yeah, she's been given the best version of every tool that every stunner has in the game. The only one she doesn't have is Aftershock, as far as I'm aware.
And
I think
yeah,
she's got every other tool of every other character in the game.
and stun duration, I think, is the only other one she's missing.
And I guess she doesn't also she also doesn't improve like a bloom, which is apparently the in fashion thing at the moment is to improve a bloom. But by and large, she just her sort of like radial diagram of skills is just like a perfect hexagon for the most part. I mean, of course, she does less damage than an attacker, but if she does more damage than all of the other stunners, then you don't need to worry about that, do you? Especially the fact that she does more damage than stunners who specialize in damage and that sort of thing. Like, she's just too powerful. But that has created a huge problem for them because they're trying to, they're trying to stack another midget fire stunner on top of Fufu and Kaleda, and somehow make her not power creep everything that's come before.
Yeah,
It's a thorny problem that they've created for themselves, and they were warned. So I don't know why they leaped headfirst into it.
I wonder if they're trying to. The reason they're doing a stunner first is I don't know why they didn't address Thailand back in beta. I get the feeling they were more focused on aborting the current Wi-Fi Peninsula arc at the time, and just didn't pay attention as much as they should have to Thailand.
I wouldn't think that those two things are related. That they don't seem like they ought to be.
Yeah,
But because I mean, one is just about story and IP management, and the other one is about combat game design. Those two teams should be roughly independent from each other. But
and they also had the
the way
monstrously
time
powerful
constraints work,
YSG coming out at the same time.
yeah. I mean, they had a confluence of bad decisions, I think, and they all seem to coincidentally line up along the Wi-Fi Peninsula plot.
Like
But I mean, they
everything
still got
about 2.5 really.
yeah, they've got a lot of debts to pay off now, as far as that story is concerned. Like the biggest plot wise, the biggest problem with ZZZ is that there are no antagonists in ZZZ. Like this is a huge issue because Sarah was supposed to be the antagonist, and then they just got rid of her, meaning that the story is completely adrift now. Like there's no stakes and there's no pressure. Like what can possibly go wrong at this point? Nothing. There's no threats. People don't like compared to like early on when it's like, oh no, a butcher has been born. This is terrible because butchers are the worst kind of ethereal. Like that era is gone. Ethereals don't even figure as antagonists anymore for some reason.
Well, I think they've
Like
done.
they've dropped completely the idea of like Nineveh being important. They've dropped completely the idea of Geppetto being important. They've dropped completely the idea of the creator being important. They've dropped completely the idea of Sarah being important. Like they've just completely dispensed unceremoniously with no real plot all of their major threats. Like why would you do that? And you can't even directly rehabilitate ethereals anymore because you've made them a joke for so long.
Yeah, they do seem to be taking steps to address this at least. In the last few patches, we had. Now it remains to be seen whether Yokai will come back. But it seemed to imply he would. Um, as the major AI threat, and then you got the dudes in the boardroom meeting in that one lore video. All
Yeah,
of
but that's
them,
all so abstract.
and then you got the deal with Ramiel and Sunbreaker could set up a some kind of antagonistic something
I mean,
when we get to.
they've got some kind of beef, but neither of them are your enemy and neither of them on your side. They're unrelated to you in a certain sense.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying it'll take until 3.0 to see if anything antagonistic, genuinely antagonistic, comes out of that.
Well, the what I'm saying though, is you can't wait for that. You need to have plot momentum of some kind, and there hasn't been any since they dispensed the Wi-Fi Peninsula story. Like they can tell shorter standalone stories quite well, but that doesn't actually give the IP the momentum that it needs to drive the story forward. And they keep, for some reason, shooting themselves in the foot with every antagonist they bring out. Like the dangling of yokai and the tops people in front of us is not, they're not like, they're antagonistic in the sense that they are sort of like vague malevolent forces, but their personal relationship to the characters that we know is like they might as well be a volcano or an earthquake for all that it matters. That there's no sort of like personal beef there. There's no emotional impetus driving anything forward. Like if you compare where the proxies are at the start of say 2.x compared to now, they haven't moved anywhere. It's like the whole series never happened. The only thing that they've done is pick up Miss Hiss.
I mean,
This is the upshot of the entirety of 2.x, is that they now have a freeloader.
I mean, she is best Snake. Don't forget Chalky.
So yeah, I mean the most that we can really hope for is that they've learned a lot of lessons by making a lot of mistakes, and that they're going to hopefully not repeat those same mistakes.
They
That,
from a game design perspective have demonstrated they can recognize a problem and attempt to fix it, and they're very eager to do so. The narratively, I I I genuinely wonder what the feedback for the Waifu Peninsula was, like from the Chinese contingent especially.
yeah, because it's the one they listen to by far the most.
Yeah, because something had to be just going catastrophically wrong for them to hit the abort button that hard.
Yeah, maybe we'll never really know, but it's certainly that's responsible for the sort of unmoored feeling that the whole thing has.
Maybe.
Like I thought that when they were going to do the whole, go to the temple and become a mystic thing, I thought that they were just going to like play the whole cultivation thing straight as part of the development of the characters. But it seems like nothing ever happened. Like that's the thing that really gets my goat about it is that the whole arc might as well have not happened because they learned nothing and gained nothing. It was just a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, the only upshot of them going to the Wi-Fi Peninsula was to they can now go into Bell and Wise can now go into the Hollows and be actively engaged there. That's the
I mean,
only paradigm shift that happened.
and they made a bunch of friends. But the thing is, I feel that the story was in a lot of ways more compelling when they couldn't.
Yeah,
Like
all
as they make their transition towards just being mainstream on field combat characters, it's going to be difficult for the game to maintain its identity of being sort of like a near future post apocalyptic sort of like hacker narrative with urban fantasy elements and cyberpunk elements and so on. Like that unique identity will just wear away and wear away as things are currently going.
yeah. I'm hopeful that they're pivoting towards this. This is the optimistic outlook. That they're positioning everything with faith in being able to be in the field now and giving them the JoJo stand, like to really focus on the the only mystery they've really consistently built up and kept drip feeding of Phaethon's past with Carol Ann, and make that a big
Yeah,
central
like
focus of the upcoming story.
yeah, what is her motivation? What were her motivations? Is she still alive? Is she not? Like, what was her role in the fall? The issue is not that these are remaining questions. The issue is that these have been the questions all along, and the total quantity of information they've obtained about them is zero. Like, the and what's more, you know that the mayor probably knows the answers to most of these questions.
Yeah,
He's just not going to deliver them.
it seems like the most logical step to take the story next, especially with all the setup they did in the final boss fight in the last chapter. So I'm hopeful that they recognize this and this is what they've been building towards. Because this, if they go into that and start the patch with that narrative, or even build through the patch on that narrative, the patch is plural. The That sets you up for a genuinely compelling story that sets up the state of the world and can introduce the real antagonistic forces and what's going on and how and build on the mystery of the ethereals and the hollows and the proxies themselves. Makes the proxies feel more engaged with the story by sacrificing their hacker proxy nature. Like there are real plus sides to going down this route, and it seems like the most logical one. But I don't know where they'll go because I can't see the future.
Well, it also seems they're scattering a few too many pieces onto the board as well, rather than maintaining. I think they should have gone with the more narrow character-driven focus rather than scattering additional elements around, like the Void Hunter weapons and that sort of thing. Like, I can't tell with the whole Hunter weapon thing how much of it was intended from the start. Because okay, so we know Tailless is an ill-tempered piece of metal, and we know that the Qingming sword is also an ill-tempered piece of metal, and now we know that Remiel's weapon is an extremely ill-tempered piece of metal.
Yeah,
But
it is entirely.
that's basically all we know about that.
It's possible that particular plot point could be tied to Phaethon and their stand, and that might be why they set that up at all. I don't know yet. That's about the best I could hope for it because I don't know where they could go with it aside from that. Uh, and that would be the easiest way to tie it into what's going on and why they had to reveal it so early. But we'll have to wait and see that one. I really do hope they focus on the Carol Ann arc and the proxies past. Even if it takes a few patches and we get it drip fit, during the 3.x era, I think they really need to
I mean,
resolve that
drip
story
feeding
arc.
is sort of drip feeding is sort of a necessity in some senses because they have to keep promoting new characters, right? So you're going to have to keep meeting new people and learning their stories, unless their name is Nangong, in which case you could be completely ignored by the plot and the plot will just move on,
No, you got a hot
which
pot.
I'm still incredibly rustled about that.
You got a hot pot
But
event where everybody was more interested in the NPC.
yeah, and Sissia having heat stroke. But yeah, I'm really I'm more apprehensive than I am hopeful about 3.x. I think that there is room for them to pull out a real win, but they haven't, because they sort of plowed face first into the dirt. I sort of don't have the evidence to back up genuine optimism yet.
I think the patches after 2.5 with the Angels and the hollow competition and Miss Hiss show they've got they know they needed to pull it back and get a restart going to
Well, the thing is,
because the narrative
their
was a
problem,
problem.
the problem though, their problem has never been their short form writing.
Yeah. Well,
The problem is them putting together an actual arc which progresses somewhere. That's always been their problem.
that's why I meant less the Angels. The Angels are definitely a mostly one off story. But the 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 last two patch stories appear to be moving in a direction. We don't know where yet because they're lead up to the 3.x stuff. but it seems they knew they needed to get it going somewhere. And I am hopeful that because the last two patches have been so good, that they can keep going at that clip throughout 3.x and keep progressing on what they keep moving with. And so they can just
Yeah,
keep the momentum from like the last two
well, no,
patches
no, no.
going.
See, that's part of the problem though is that they announced that they weren't going to have a high key, very strong momentum story for 3.x.
All
They said
right.
that they're basically just going to go back to the basics and have an introductory patch, and that the high pace is not going to kick off until 3.1.
Okay.
So we're going to be in the doldrums for a while. We'll get to see lots of cool new things, I'm sure, because there's a whole new region, a whole new city. They're going to be launching a lot of plot points, so we'll get to see a lot of possibilities and maybes. But momentum, we're not going to see momentum for another full patch.
Yeah. So that do be where it's at right now. But the last two story arc or last two story patches seem to be going somewhere. Don't know where yet, and actually moving things along. So I'm hopeful that they have an idea and that they'll take it somewhere. I'm not really too picky about where it goes. I would like to see the Carol Ann stuff, but uh, and I don't really begrudge them having to do the meet the characters and get used to the new area patch since they got to do a new area for the version. Uh, that seems to be a Hoyo thing. So if they're gonna take the time to do that for the next patch, I'll be really expecting movement in 3.1. Who knows? Maybe Zooey will not be the only person with happy, loving parents that are still alive. I think Zuyuan is still the only character with happy, loving parents.
Yeah, everybody else. I mean, we don't know. Maybe Ben has happy, loving parents.
Yeah, but he's been.
We don't really know much about Anton's family either.
It's part of Zoo's backstory, though, that her and main story is just that her parents are in fact still alive, and she has a happy, loving relationship. But
But
yeah,
yeah, so ZZZ has a lot of question marks hovering around it. It's not like there's a dearth of potential, but it's like, well, what are they going to do with it? We'll have to wait and see.
yeah. So
Um,
I'm sure there will be some kind of stinger for stuff coming up at the end of 3.0, even if we don't get a whole lot of movement on a main
yeah, well,
story
the
for the
thing is, I'm
introduction.
I'm getting a bit fed up with freaking stingers. Like like last time we got a stinger that's still unexplained is like Joyous sitting in his server room mining Bitcoin. Like,
All right, that
what?
happened.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so Joyous is mining Bitcoin. That's why we haven't seen him in however many years, right?
So, but it will indicate if they follow up on the current narrative points they have going for the last two patches. We'll know they seem to be pointing in a direction at least. So, hopeful with that.
This grass cutting tech is hypnotic.
I know. I'm just hula hooping my grass away.
They talk about the grass every time they do a developer's diary.
Because people will sit here for hours and play with the grass.
Anyway, so Star Rail, there's not much going on this week other than the launch of the Evanesia banner, and unlike Ari, I just have to sit and wallow in my own cope because I don't have any jade to spend on it.
I
But I'm sort of a bit like, well, I mean, sure, it's disappointing because she's a cool character and it would be nice to have her, but I can't really meaningfully field her in a good team as well as fielding Superwolf in a good team. There aren't enough characters right now.
yeah, I'm actually worried because I think uh I think the Fox might have did for me what Lene did to you because her pulls went remarkably well for me. Like, way too good. I got her at hard pity and her weapon at like 20. Like, it was scary good. I'm wondering if she just vacuumed all the luck out of my woo woo pulls to get it.
Oh no, oh no. But yeah, I don't know what I would do with her if I did have her. Like, she would just be displacing Silverwolf when the enemy favored her mechanics rather than Silverwolf's mechanics. Like, one of them prefers punchline and the other one prefers certified banger, but other than that, the only difference between them is the elements in effect. Mathematically, by raw numbers alone, she currently performs better with the crop of characters that we have, but she also shares a lot of characters. So, like, the only like real major difference is that she significantly favors the Trailblazer compared to Sparksy. But other than that, they're going to be squabbling over the same characters. Like,
Um,
they both want Wo Wo, they both want Yao Guang,
yeah,
they both want the elation slot in the end game.
yeah. Yao Gong is really the issue with fielding both of them, and that character is such a linchpin to that team, and you only can have one of them. Like, you can get away with kinda with replacing Woho, and it won't be too bad of a hit. But you can't not have Yao Gong on the team, otherwise the engine just the engine ain't gonna turn over. You're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that since my previous when I switched to my major tech to just constantly pouring Jade into doubling down on the Firefly team, that's actually paid real dividends. Like, having that team deeply vertically invested has allowed it to take on ridiculous numbers of diverse challenges, even if there's no shill to help them, no element to help them. Like, that has paid off in its own way, and so I'm thinking that going vertical on one elation character for me is going to work out better. The question is whether or not it will turn out that Superwolf is that character, or whether she's going to be the Aglaya that needs the scuffed build that only works if the Rube Goldberg machine is set up perfectly.
Yeah, I've
And
also
that's
got
all.
that team fighting for Woho.
Woho is a popular little fox girl.
I see you have continued your journey towards joining the cult of Woho.
Oh yeah, like I've got her fully geared. I got her signature light cone, and I got her E1. Like, what's not to love?
Yeah, the people hated on our little fox forever.
I mean, she was the banner that was up when I started playing, but I didn't have any Stellar Jade when I started playing, so I never pulled for her, and I was planning to pull for Ryan May anyway. But now I've got her, and she's all kitted out. She in most of my comps, she only performs sort of like equivalently, or maybe slightly better or slightly worse, depending on the situation, to Dunhung. But that's saying quite a bit if you look at the sort of like the release window difference. When did Woho come out? When did Dunhung PT come out?
Yeah, the girlfriend
And
has
Woho
kept
is
her
still holding her
value.
own.
Girlfriend has kept her value better than any other character in the game. In just terms of raw amount of time that she's been relevant, I don't think anybody beats Wobo. Like,
But
there was a brief stint on Pinacone where shields were so favored that that Wobo I think dropped below down on the tier list a bit, but you know, in
well,
4A,
then Woho doesn't benefit Acheron teams.
yeah, or
So like, there's the major sustain and the major DPS for Penacone didn't gain any benefit. Wowo's not really any good for Firefly's teams either. So basically, she was not in the meta because nobody who she supports well was.
yeah, but she was always, you know, if you got her, she'll work. She just won't be as good. She's not going to do nothing except maybe for Firefly. She's not helping Firefly at all.
Well, Firefly can convert attack into break, and
And
Firefly's major issue is recharging her energy fast enough to go straight back into Sam mode when she drops out of it,
okay,
which was
so
always a challenge. The Nova Flare has fixed that now, but that was the difficult thing to manage with Firefly because it either required you to cross your fingers or to do an incredible amount of autistic speed tuning to make sure that she would be able to gain exactly 50% of her energy on her next regular attack outside of Sam mode.
yeah, so yeah, that's good old Wowo. I will be sad the day she's not relevant anymore. I'll still find a way to use her somehow. Girlfriend has kept my account literally alive longer than any other character, and was the best early investment I made. Because I remember I just needed to replace Bailu. That was my whole justification for initially pulling Wowo.
Poor Bilo. Never gets any support from anyone.
Yeah, I played that Ghost Hunter event, and Wowo's banner came around like right afterwards. I'm like, "Yep, you're the one," and she has never ever let me down. She has let people die a lot, but she has let me find a way to power through to get into in-game over time. And they have
I haven't noticed so much in the way of the survivability problems that people claim you're going to get with Wowo. Like
it's
I would say that probably on balance, she's probably keeps my teams alive more than better than Lingsha does. With me though, with Lingsha, like Lingsha's designed to be used with break teams primarily, and break teams move so fast that it tends not to be a problem, and they also break opponents, so the incoming damage is lower by default.
yeah,
But when all things being equal, Woho's survivability is sufficient in most cases that I've seen.
yeah. Before her Nova Flare, and but especially before the hyper speed focus we got in, uh, she would have some trouble keeping people alive. But because of the way her healing works with Divine Protection, as speed has increased and people get more turns, it's much easier for Woho just to keep people alive passively.
Yeah, I mean, I also use her with teams like my dot team is the one which she's in the most, and m- my my dot team tends to use a lot of alts,
Yeah,
like a lot of alts. Like Kafka usually, for every natural turn Kafka takes, she'll usually use like 1 to 2 alts.
yeah. And Woho for high ult teams is high ult frequency teams is definitely going to keep you alive just fine. Originally, I heard that she was actually designed around a potential dot meta that they were thinking about because of her she buffs attack, like just attack and energy, and that was supposed to play into that, but it just that meta never manifested, and Wopo found herself at home in 50 billion other teams just because having
To
generic,
being the only straight healer that wasn't Bailu
yeah, that
or
that
Natasha.
with her own little niche of energy regen.
I think that mainly probably the shine fell off of her because everybody got a hold of Gallagher,
Yeah,
and Gallagher's just a really good 4-star sustain. Like, just does the job really, really serviceably in nearly every situation.
but
Provided that, like with all things, you build enough speed into him for him to keep up.
the second Amphoria started, she went out of B tier and right back into S tier. The microsecond Amphoria started from Aglaya, girlfriend just suddenly found herself back in the spotlight, and her stonks just keep going up.
Anyway, so there's not that much going on there this week. I did do the post MSQ major side quest, which the one that begins with investigating the pile of chairs.
Ah,
And I felt like that was a reasonably well put together side quest. Like this is sort of an example of like one stock unit decently done side quest that is enjoyable way to spend an afternoon sort of thing.
mm-hmm.
It's not exactly groundbreaking material or heartstring tugging material, but you get to see the characters again doing usually silly shit.
Why?
And
Why did the villain stack up all these chairs? How did they do this? These are very important questions.
I mean, they go places with it, and it does, uncover plot relevant stuff and so on. Perhaps not that it's plot relevant stuff, not necessarily groundbreaking. It's probably not going to have much import going forward, but it still, explains some of the things that were left unexplained. But yeah, that was reasonably enjoyable. Not really much else to command interest there for the moment. I started working on my whatchamacallit, my Relic Recon set, and have just been serially betrayed by it. My goodness. This is going it's I'm nearly out of tokens. I just got to do a couple more simulated universe runs, and I have gotten complete dreck for the most part.
The piece I
Like,
really
even
wanted.
with all of the massaging that they do to ensure that you get decent pieces, like, it's still like on like 3 out of 4 slots, it's still just straight up worse than the random dross I just grabbed off the top of my pile of relics.
The biggest problem with going for Sacerdos I found is that all the characters that want Sacerdos have uh effect res as a flag stat.
But
So,
why? Nobody wants a victories.
and so like the only piece I really wanted was another chess piece, another crit damage chess piece with a lot of speed on it. That was
Does
that.
anybody have any bonus scaling off of effect res?
I feel like there's somebody that has some minor effects for it.
Because I know that they've added like one of the popular things to do with Nihility characters is to add extra scaling off of effect hit rate, because it used to basically just be like, you know how you used to always have to build this certain amount of spell hit on warriors? It was like that. That was all stupid. Remember when taunt used to be based on spell hit?
Mm-hmm.
but um But yeah, that effect hit rate for some reason, like, I get it. I get what you're going for. What you're going for is a paradigm where your healer really, really needs to be able to heal every turn. But unfortunately, the rest of the paradigm of your game's combat development hasn't gone down that road. So that's almost never appropriate.
Yeah.
And any time where they really want a negative status effect to stick, it sticks whether you like it or not. Like the whatchamacallit, the
Full
the blood
wishes.
frenzy thing from whatchamacallit, yeah, full wishes hatching thing. Like those types of ones, they stick whether you want it or not. They've just decided that's going to be the case. And in most cases you can't cleanse them. And in cases where that's not the case, well, you've got Silverwolf's global passive is going to prevent a lot of them, and Chance will prevent some of them, and your healer will prevent the rest. Like the last time effect resistance was something that you crossed your fingers and hoped for was Skarakabaz, back when Skarakabaz was hard. Because you really, really didn't want your character to end quantum locked.
I had that happen a few
But
times while trying to mold my way through Apoc Shadow when I was still establishing the account.
but that's about the last time it was particularly relevant. And you still didn't build for it because that wasn't efficient. You just molded instead. Just
Oh,
start the fight over.
and just because if you run Wowo, it makes it a non-factor. She is the queen of
Wovo
cleanse.
do be that way.
She is the queen of cleanses. Nobody cleanses better than Wowo.
Well, if you've got the right build on Fushwin's probably better because no negative statuses can't land on her provided she's got charges. Like they just can't land on your team at all. You just gain immunity temporarily. But another character that desperately needs a buff. But yeah, anyway, there's not much else going on there. We're sort of, treading water while we wait for something to happen at this point. The the beta has basically, after fixing Blade's myriad infinite damage loops to prevent people from breaking the game with him, they've more or less left him well enough alone. There's just been little tweaks here and there. So he's basically going to be launched as the panacea to everyone's Acheron worries. So all of the people who are just hell-bent on running Acheron forever have now got like a new BIS support for her. And she's also BIS for and Blade is also BIS for Facia teams and for whatchamacallit, Ashval teams, and for actually a whole pile of different teams. But then again, Ashvale is also, after a certain point, I think if you have under most circumstances, I think if you're one of the if you're an Acheron jockey, I think Ashvale is actually one of the best team members now. Like Jiaochu's role got stolen by Blade, and like just having the sheer damage that Ashvale brings and the number of hits and debuff applications that Ashvale can bring is better than having a Nihility in your team for Acheron teams at the moment. So that team has been sort of like accidentally renovated to look completely not like what the devs intended. But that just tends to be the way of things, really. But yeah, that's coming down the line, and it's going to be a single character patch. So all of us who do not pull the penis havers will at least be able to hoard for the next banner. And the next one, most people say, is going to be the new Himiko. She's going to get her SP form. So we'll have to see what they do with that, because there have been no even attempts to claim leak reliability on her kit or what she does. There have been a few things from like old builds of the game about a Himiko based character from back in like pre-launch beta and that, but most of those ideas are probably no longer relevant. I wouldn't expect to see them get reused. The game has changed too much since then.
The real question is, will they do her SP reveal as good as they did Billy's?
There's no use in
They could have the
in the
Trailblazer
HSR though.
They could have Trailblazer substitute.
Yeah, Estelle would probably not hesitate. But anyway, the big thing that's coming down the line though is the new difficulty. New difficulty is going to be added to the three main in-game modes, which are going to require 3 teams rather than 2. The merciful part of that, because I mean, I'm sure they're going to have incredibly abusive turn requirements in order to clear them, and they are going to have Jade attached to them, but how good your clear needs to be to get that Jade is not clear at this stage, because it's something that gets decided pretty late. But the merciful part of it is apparently you can restart each of the 3 fights independently the same way you can with anomaly arbitration. They aren't like joined at the hip the way the rest of the mode is.
I see.
Which is good, because I almost always just want to adjust one team in like Apocalyptic Shadow or whatever.
But if you
and
leave,
having to do,
you got to redo the whole thing.
Yeah, if you make any team alteration, it resets the entire stage. So it'd be good for that not to be an issue anymore. Though I don't know why it can't just be, not an issue anywhere. Like, all you would really need to do to obviate most of it, you wouldn't even need to make it so that you could change characters. All you would need to do is make it so you choose whether you do node 1 or node 2 first. And then problem is solved. So yeah. Anyway, leaving that where it lies. Genshin. So nothing happened per se in Genshin this week.
It is the one that's made my feeds more than anything else this week.
They did release a new Spiral Abyss that people are saying is the hardest one ever without Shill. Apparently the boss for the Lunar Blooms favoring side is so robust that even most really, really well played brute force teams will have a great deal of difficulty getting through the sheer unnecessarily large amount of element resist that they've just slathered on there.
Is it?
That's just give the boss a giant elemental shield against everything that isn't Shill. approach.
Yeah, do seem to be the approach.
Yeah, I wrote a lengthy and rather intemperate um, commentary on this in the most recent survey for Genshin, just basically barking at them for doing stupid, lazy boss design when there's absolutely no need for them to do it. Like, I don't know why. You could just do normal bosses again. There's so many different options, right? And I bashed them about this at length. They could do like action style bosses like Raiden Shogun, or you could do positioning style bosses like an MMO would have, where the fight relies on you doing a dance correctly. You could do like Zelda type puzzle bosses where you have to do certain things in sequence in order to get things to work, sort of a little bit like the way they did Jeff. Um, like there's
Yeah.
lots of options, and all of those are better than just giving the enemy a massive shield that can only be broken by the shield character.
Well, yeah, two relatively recent examples. Like, if you wanted a good straight up boss fight, you have Daddy, the other Arlecchino. Like, that's just a good straight up boss fight that's fairly well put together. Your dodge method in that game being the only thing holding that fight back from being genuinely great, and the
Yeah,
fact that it's
I
still
have
a
to
damage
say,
hose.
after having spent quite a bit more time with Wuwa recently compared to Genshin, because well, there's just more happening in Wuwa, and Wuwa's the better game at present. Going back to trying to play Genshin is like wading through treacle.
Yeah,
Like
feels
nothing responds the way I want it to.
yeah. Wu is a very snappy game because it has to be because its enemies are so fast, especially its bosses. Genshin, not so much. And you feel that bite them whenever they try to do a real boss like Daddy. And then they did the MMO boss concept. They had a good blueprint for starting that with Dottore. They could have
Yeah,
built on
Dottore is
that.
not bad. Dottore is not bad. Music is a bit mid. And unfortunately, Dottore is a boss that suffers really badly from like, please just skip the phase. Like, you need
Yeah,
to just commit to the phase change. Just commit to the phase change. Make the phase change. Don't allow people to skip the phase change if you want it to be a real boss experience.
yeah, like
Because I don't do any of Dottore's phases when I'm farming. I go in there all guns blazing with Subai and kill him.
yep. That's what I would do with Navia.
Like, there's no need to go into that other world and fight the other mobs and so on. Like, when you want that to happen, you have to do as the Sparksy does and just make it happen, and then get tilted when it doesn't go your way. But
One time I went in there with not my Navia has a 97% crit rate right now. One time when I went in there, she failed to crit.
you you really were traumatized by your previous Navia experience, were you?
I paid money to fix it, and it still managed to fail me at least once.
But so do all of the shots fail to crit simultaneously if the crit roll doesn't go off?
The damage roll is based on the number of bullets that contact the target, and if and it's one singular roll.
So it only rolls once for crit.
Yeah,
I see. Well, good luck with that.
yeah. So if it fails, that it just it didn't. That's why it was so bad before at 50% crit rate or less, where it was like a coin flip because everything in Navias is on the crit damage of that shot.
Anyway, so yeah, their boss design still leaves a lot to be desired, and they need to just stop with stuff like Secret Source Automaton and Radiant Moon Gecko and that, because everybody hates them. Everybody hates them. They're continuing on with the same design logic going into Shnesnaya with the um, stellar superconductor in that. So I'm expecting that what they currently plan to do is continue more of the same. But I think that people's tolerance for it will run out very quickly, because Spiral Abyss was just sort of like something that people have considered a chore for a long time, and it's gotten a lot harder and a lot worse over time because it's become way less of a venue for people to experiment with their favorite builds to see, can my favorite build do this at the current level of HP that enemies have. Now that it's all about element shill, they can't do that anymore. But it's come much more into the fore because of the fact that the bosses end up front and center in Stygian. So people go into Stygian Onslaught and they will immediately be confronted with all of the worst aspects of boss design.
Yeah, and you'll go in
And
there
so
and
it's become
immediately
very
know
obvious.
whether or not this is even possible with your account.
Yeah. And I don't even try anymore. Like even if I'm absolutely on shill, I don't try anymore. Like it's just not worth it to me.
Yeah, like
But
I feel really bad for the people that didn't invest in Lunar Bloom whenever the Lunar Bloom boss comes up. And like similarly, whenever I see the Cryo boss come up, it's just like, no, I can't even attempt it. I don't have the tools to deal with this problem.
yeah, I mean, I invested pretty heavily in both Lunar Bloom and Lunar Crystallize. I have absolutely nothing to write home about with Lunar Charged because I didn't pull Flynn's or Whackbot. So yeah, tough for me, I guess. Nothing that I can really do about that now. Um, but I can get by with the two Lunar teams that I have quite comfortably. And if I hadn't done that, there would have been an awful lot that I couldn't do. And frankly, like, so what I did last night, since there's normally on a Saturday night, I'm clearing latest story, but there's no latest story this week because the overlaps have finally moved on, right? Between the different gachas. So I did the Temple of Space story in Genshin.
Mm-hmm.
There is basically only one type of enemy to fight, give or take, in Temple of Space, and it is those wingling things, the
Mm-hmm.
biblically accurate angels.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't I didn't try fighting them with anything other than my Lunar teams because my Lunar teams is what I normally use to explore with. But I couldn't help but think I can't one shot these with my Lunar teams unless I use all my ults in the rotation. These are regular enemies. Could a 1.0 team even feasibly fight these things? They would have like boss levels of health.
Yeah, like your Diluc's gonna be
If
there a while chunking at that thing.
if you haven't like fully built a shell team, progressing through Templar space is going to be a huge pain in the ass because the enemies have so much health.
Yeah.
They're not like everywhere, but they have a lot of health. And it did sort of call to mind trying to deal with the those enemies that have that extra shield that you have to deplete using Night Soul mechanics.
Oh, the one that's Chaska Shield? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, like they just slow down the experience so much. And when you translate that into just actual hit points, that must feel really bad to play.
Yeah. Can you imagine if those you were to go fight those Night Soul enemies? Forget not having Chaska with no Night Soul character. Like you're starting the game and no Night Soul characters have been run for a while, or only a couple have, and you've been trying to get other characters because they're the current talk of the town. And you get to those things, you
Well,
hope that free
you get
Kachina you
Kachina,
got is
you get
leveled up.
Kachina. Well, I mean, but this is sort of like an even worse version of like, because they really soft pedaled it in Fontaine by comparison, right? Because they give you Hydro Traveler and Lynette to
Yeah,
solve that problem.
yeah, and the Numa Usia mechanic is just a bonus. It's never required.
Can you imagine though if you had to seriously use Hydro Traveler and Lynette in all your teams to advance through Fontaine?
That would be
What an
awful.
absolute nightmare that would be. Like, people would not remember Fontaine anywhere near as fondly. Anyway, so I did the Temple of Space story. So, did you do Temple of Space story, or
Yeah,
did you just like wander around enough to?
it was. I went ahead and knocked it out when I did Linnea's quest. Before I put the account on hiatus again. Um.
So this is basically Genshin's Depression Quest story.
Mm-hmm.
This is Massad's story, but I liked the way they did it a lot better than most Western Massad's stories, in that it's not like the only thing they ever talk about, and They don't like, you know, other than sort of like the PSA that they have about it at the end, it basically is all about tone rather than explicitly talking about Massads all the time. Like it's like, oh, well, you've got this person who has a very just a generally melancholic point of view, generally very pessimistic, generally has sort of given up on anything good ever happening, but is pushing forward because that's what you do. And she's still got some things that she wants to take care of before she completely gives up on everything. And it's all done in quite a I suppose in some senses a very realistic style in that she's still, she's moving along and dealing with things as she has to, and
Sad but not
it's
given
not.
up yet story.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that she has given up, and she says so a few times, and it turns out toward the end, like, they reveal that there's a certain amount of lie to that, even if she doesn't really think so. But it's they don't make her character about being depressed. She definitely has a character. That character has being depressed as one of its attributes, as opposed to this is her whole character, which is what they do every time a Western dev makes a game about the SADs. But yeah, the big problem well, aesthetically, the Temple of Space is quite nice. There's lots of variation, lots of really cool set pieces. The problem is it's buggy as shit.
Yeah, it's got some definite clunk to it. Um,
There's actually one puzzle that I can't solve. Um, and when I went online, there were actually people saying, "Yeah, you're based in New Zealand, trying to play on the NA server. You can't do this puzzle. There's something specific about that connection. The ping doesn't work. It's all timed exactly wrong, and the engine can't handle it, and you just fail the puzzle over and over again. There's no way to make it work. Except that some people have claimed that you can get some mileage out of starting the puzzle and then just spamming the pause menu enough, and if you're lucky, it will land in the right gap in the server ticks to force the server to recheck at the right time to make the puzzle work, but there's no guarantee of success.
is it the one where the snake's going in a circle and you have to grab the three orbs?
Yeah,
Yeah, that I'm here to tell you I don't know how I solved that puzzle on a good connection. I just mashed the
because it's
button.
it's it's a question about server ticks.
Yeah.
If the and apparently New Zealand specifically has the exact wrong latency gap between it and the NA server to make it essentially insoluble for New Zealand players.
Yeah. That one made no flippin' sense to me at all. Um
It's because the instruction to command, this is what people have inferred through testing. The instruction to begin the snake's movement basically eats the entire server tick. And the check, can I pick up the square, doesn't happen until the next server tick. But it decides whether or not to make that check based on the client side relative positions of the cube and the snake.
oh, and
So
because two of those
you've
cubes are
already
very
burned
close together,
Yeah,
you're
because you've already burned up your server tick starting the puzzle, by the time your client has moved the snake, it was already moved past the first cube before it's allowed to make the first check.
yeah, that's dumb. I thought I was doing something wrong and just kept trying the same thing over and over again out of futility because it looked correct. And eventually it just worked. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, there are sort of like peaks and troughs in your ping where it will work if you just try it enough times, and if you live on the server farm, it's always going to work. But if you live in New Zealand, you're not going to get it to work. Unless you know a trick to force an early server tick, like that people is what people are suspecting that they're doing with the spamming the pause menu. Unless you can force an early server tick, you can't make it work.
Yeah. One thing about the Temple of Space that bugged me more than anything else is this is a very emotion heavy story with the main character and the characters you find and the stuff going on there. and the listlessness of the characters that have been trapped there for a while. And the fact that this quest in particular is not voice acted, much like the one in Ochkanatlan with the dragon, it just didn't hit.
Yeah, like that it would have hit so hard if they had just acted everything.
Like,
Presuming they did it well. Because there's nothing wrong with the writing at all.
yeah, like it needed voice acting as bad as the one in Ochkanatlan did to really sell the performances
I
and
feel
the
like often
characters.
they do their best writing in the places where there's not going to be any voice to deliver it.
Yeah, that a bit of a tangent. That brings me to an interesting thing about Liza P. NeoWiz is famous for not using localizers. They will do translations, and they will be Karingrish in DJ Max. In Liza P, they handed it off to a more competent translator, but there are still weird, because they have final say, uh, double phrases in the main game. They seem to have addressed this problem in the DLC. But it all comes off as much more authentic, and I get the genuine feeling the voice actors can play the characters better because there's no localization barrier there that they have to rope through. It's just the script and the direction, because NeoWiz just doesn't use them. They only use translators, and they
Yeah.
will go with the most literal translation at times, and sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes they do repeat sentences or phraseology that makes no sense at all, and sometimes you get Karingrish, but you get the genuine performance and experience from the cast in it, just because there is no localization layer.
Yeah, you get what the writers intended, not what the localizers intended.
Yeah, and the DLC, they seem to have found a guy to do the translation who actually understands English, because all the DLC lines don't have the English problem. But yeah,
And then sometimes they have a robot stand up from the toilet over and over again.
Paul Bazooka is I don't know what his real name is. That's what he's credited as. Uh, a very interesting fellow, and his songs, if you want to call them that, sequence of noises with and the visuals are always they're a trip.
Speaking of, that was another thing that I didn't best like about Temple of Space is that the soundtrack really wears on you after a bit.
Yeah, I didn't like the
Like
music
my
there.
goodness, it's I can understand what they're going for, and if it was in limited doses in particular areas, maybe that would be fine. But hearing that drone constantly, it ruined my earballs, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I was not
Um,
not a big fan of it.
yeah, the whole thing was a medley of like good set pieces embedded in highly questionable everything else. And it also had a really, really bad case of unmarked differences between walls you can climb and walls you can't, which was very frustrating to me as well. Because I'll glide over there and grab onto that. Oh, it's not sticky. Okay. And they must have acknowledged that the geometry was quite unreasonable because there's no penalty for falling to your death.
Yeah,
They just put you back where you were before you fell off. You don't even lose health, which just means that there were too many people in testing who were dying out of sheer fall damage
yeah,
because they couldn't work out where they were supposed to go.
yeah, and the bugginess of it too. Like, you remember, I did not have a particularly great experience with the first Outcry zones, because the stuff the what you call it, what do they call it, the magnetic power there.
The Kuvaki,
Yeah, the Kuvaki there
the
just kept,
Kuvaki, and the sniffer moles.
yeah, they just kept wigging out on me and bugging stuff out. And I wonder why we're getting less tested environments here, when then conspicuously there's an entire new game mode added to the game.
Hmm. No, I don't think these things are connected at all. Um, but yeah, it's definitely quite a buggy zone, and there are some highly questionable puzzles. Like there's a conventional collect the floating balls of light puzzle in the desert pavilion, which is like just deeply unfair trolling on the part of the developers, because you collect the balls of light, you get up to 81 or something balls of light out of a required, I can't remember, 95 or something like that. And the last balls of light are in the shape of an arrow. Okay, so you follow the arrow doesn't lead you anywhere. The way to complete the puzzle is to just arbitrarily fly to a different place in a completely unrelated location, and then it will just spawn the rest of the balls and you can pick them up and finish the puzzle.
Let's see. I only did the
It's like,
challenges I came
well,
across while doing the story, so
this was one that I came across. I haven't cleared all the challenges either, but this particular one was just like, did they not finish developing it? Why did they put them in the shape of an arrow? There are no other arrows anywhere else in the puzzle. They just shape all of these like an arrow. Did they not realize they shaped it like an arrow? Was I supposed to infer something else? No, no, no. They're shaped like an arrow. And so you fall down through in the direction of the arrow, but there's nothing to be found at the bottom of the arrow. And in fact, the arrow is pointing far away in an unrelated, like you've got to sort of go up and to the left, kind of, rather than down in the direction the arrow points. And then that will spawn the rest of them. It's just really like just straight up trolling. Don't know why you would do that.
I would.
And I had to go online to find out how to do it. And everybody's like, yeah, there's no way of knowing this. You just have to fly around blindly until you figure it out. There's no clues or anything anywhere.
I
It's
see.
just trolling.
The uh the operative question I'm going to ask for all Genshin world exploration anything now is, would I rather do this, or what's the weakest minigame in the current patch? Laha Roy blocks, obviously. The following ones where you control the character. So is it worse than Laha Roy blocks? Would I rather do Laha Roy blocks? And there was nothing
Think
in Temple of Space that I would rather do than Laha Roy blocks.
I think it's pretty close. I thought that the final boss was executed quite well. Like it had the right amount of health to feel like a real fight.
Yeah, he was okay. The little button tap hands leading up to him, wasn't a fan of the control scheme they used for that. The
You
the
mean the
the elite,
whops?
yeah, the elite hands that you had to get
The
behind.
the the super. Oh, I thought you meant like the Super Mario blocks.
Oh no, those are fine. Don't care about those. Um,
Well, I mean, you say they're fine, but they're also stupid.
yeah. Well, let me put it this way: they didn't leave a lasting negative impression on me, and so
It's because they didn't leave any real impression. But yeah, it was. There is a lot of good art in there, and there are a lot of good like concepts in there, and like some of the ink stuff was actually done really well and looked really cool.
oh, that section bugged out for me. I it when the character when you needed to run away from the ink when you were in the painting, the ink blotches were coming down. It just
Yeah.
stopped taking input from my control sticks. And I was still using the DualSense this time. Works fine. Has worked fine forever. All the other buttons worked, but the sticks just stopped responding.
Huh. I can't say I've ever experienced that.
I had to unplug the controller and plug it back in after pausing the game, and it worked. It worked fine then.
To be fair, that might be Windows' fault.
That's
You
possible.
never really know with Windows drivers.
It is possible, but it still happened.
Well, it didn't happen to me, and I've in fact never seen a problem of that description happen.
I hadn't had it
So
happen either. That's why it was so surprising. Color your nail sheet.
there were quite a number of times that I got tossed off cliffs by cutscenes. Because it was just like I would be floating along on my glider and then just grab me for a cutscene and dump me off the edge. It's like, oh, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah.
But all of these things, they seem like easy catches in QC.
Yeah. I it,
So why are they not getting caught? Where did all your resources go?
if they're going to have these quests be unvoiced for budgeting reasons or whatever, I really wish they would have a stock generic sound of the character's voice, like for Paimon or for the Traveler or for an NPC, whenever there's dialogue while you're doing stuff, because this quest felt particularly bad about
Like
when
Navi, hey, listen, or or
I'll
like the the noises made by Okami characters, or
like just have like whenever Paimon's talking and events are going on and it's just showing text on screen, just have Paimon go like Traveler or something. Something to notify you there's text up there because your brain is currently occupied with stuff. Because usually they love to have text scroll as part of the quest while combat or a puzzle or the ink stuff is going on, but you're kind of occupied, and just some kind of notification sound to alert you there's text to read would be nice at minimum. Because I wind up missing a ton of quest text in these quests whenever they're talking while something's going on because I can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. So keeping up with that and doing whatever the quest is asking me to do often conflict with each other. This has been a complaint I've had with these type of quests since forever, but doing one after not doing one for a while really just brought it back to the forefront of my brain. I don't know if it's particularly bad in this one, more so than the other ones.
I don't think it's as bad as it was in Ochkinatline. I think
Yeah,
Ochkinatline was worse.
that was the biggest example of it doing that. The volcano was pretty bad too about it, especially because of all the novel stuff it had you do in the volcano that needed you to reorient your brain.
I wonder if Kuro's collecting metrics on how much grass gets cut by players.
Yeah,
Yeah, anyway, so I did that. The space thing is done. I still haven't done the quests for the sort of the general area down below, as it were. Um,
yeah, I haven't
and
either.
I haven't cleared the zone or anything like that. But it was okay. The thing is that the quest is written well, and it's conceptualized well, and there are good ideas there, and the artistry and art direction is good. The library is particularly beautiful as well. It's done really well, better than their previous library attempts. Um, there's lots of good stuff in there. It's just like completely laden in jank from bad QA practice, basically.
Yeah,
And QA is totally like, this is about how much resources you can throw at a project in a certain amount of time. Like, if all that they did with the budget of Milliastra Wonderland was to hire more QA testers so that you could find and fix more bugs before patch launch, this would be a better expenditure. I'm sorry, I hate Milliastra Wonderland, and I don't hesitate to tell them that every single time they send a survey out. I'm
yeah,
not interested in it. I don't want them to waste money on it. And I make a point of telling them that my friends are quitting because they're fed up with the pointless shill bosses and the lack of content. So
yeah. I came back to throw my backlogged primo gems, and it took all of them to get Linnea and her weapon, just so I can have a pocket character to keep the Navia team alive for when I come back. And then I do not have a plan to return at the moment.
I was very disappointed to find that Linnea was not able to kidnap the ink herons, the ink cranes,
Oh, yeah.
because I tried several times, but they just splash into ink instead of getting captured. I just got this sort of vision of Linnea just randomly kidnapping wildlife from all over Tivat and basically making her own zoo.
Yeah, the
Basically, what Topaz does in HSR.
yeah,
Like her headquarters ship is just a petting zoo.
we need to go to Topaz's ship. I love Topaz and Numby.
Anyway, that's that one. Woowa is still in anniversary week. My anniversary patch cycle. Not really much new over the past week as far as in-game stuff is concerned. You know, a few rewards here and there. Still clearing the very, very generous amount of patch content this time. There are heaps of side quests that I still haven't touched, just sort of floating in my quest log because they put a ton into this patch. People
Yeah,
keep saying, there's not enough content, but it's like, I don't know how much time you've got to spend playing video games if this isn't enough content for a patch. But
there's a solid you know 5 to 6 days of full 4 hour plus free time to do stuff in this game. This patch.
and infinity hours of grass cutting.
Yeah,
But
like there's it's chunky for a patch. Not to mention all the anniversary stuff that's still ongoing.
yeah. Anyway, so that's toddling along on its way. Beta was just launched for the next patch. So we're finally getting information about the kits for Lucy, Rebecca, and Lucilla. The leaks did get more accurate as time went along, but it was at the point where the leaks did not actually become accurate until literally the 2 days before beta test came out. So yeah, basically leakers suck now. They're no good at what they do anymore. I don't know. I think that's because all the ones that actually had an inside line saw what they did to what's his name,
DG Cat.
DigiCat, and after him, DigiCat decided that he was going to crossplay as Yunli in public. He got nailed, and that was it for the leaking game. Really, nobody wants to go near it anymore. So all of the current ones are basically, low rent clout farmers who are looking to try and build a bit of reputation by making good educated guesses rather than actually having any real information. And some of the ones that claim that they really do have real information are completely muddling their ability to convince anybody of the fact by saying that they are basically leavening their leaks with deliberate false information just because they think it's funny, which is to me is the same as saying you don't have any real information, you're just making guesses, but you want plausible deniability when you're wrong. But yeah, stuff that has come out, there's been a lot more clarity based on the leaks for the collab characters. The collab characters are clearly designed to work with each other. They buff each other's strengths and they share unique mechanics that only exist for the collab characters. Their abilities in terms of their actual effects are relatively generic, allowing them to slot into other teams that are quite generic, basically. So you can pretty much hyper carry either of them if you want to. And there may be other sort of like niche synergies as well that you can establish, but they are not going to, dramatically shift the meta. They do not play into any of the major meta teams that currently exist. I think that it is almost certainly likely that both of them can be adequately wheelchaired by Mornier and Lene because anybody can.
Yeah,
Um, But yeah, their echoes the echo set is basically a one echo set, which I presume is going to be the collab story boss. Um, and it's just that's the four costs that they share. It has a generic ability that just does regular physical damage when equipped to most characters. When equipped to each of them, it will manifest in a different way. So for Rebecca, when she deploys the Echo, it will use the Rebecca version of the Echo, and for Lucy, it will use the Lucy version of the Echo, and they have their own effects. And then in addition to that one piece set for the four cost slot, they're going to go two piece. Issue is I don't think that there really is a good two piece combo for Lightning, but I guess it's just going to be lightning attack for them or something like that. We'll
It
see.
could be lightning
Um,
energy regen.
you could go with that if you really wanted to. But yeah, that's the way that's looking like it's going to shape up for the collabs. I haven't seen much in the way of the animations. I've seen a few snippets here and there, but they look quite elaborate. Like they haven't cheaped out on this. They've put in the sort of tier of effort that Hoyo put in with the characters for the Fate collab, and that they've made it really fully fleshed out, full set of animations, etc. They haven't taken any shortcuts. So similar to when they did Dante and Virgil for Punishing Grey Raven. No
Yeah.
expense has been spared. For Lucilla, she seems to be occupying a really weird position. She's definitely from every single leak, even from relatively early on, like a week or two before beta, was agreeing that she was going to be a 2-mode character. So basically a character who can slot into more than one meta. Her kit is predominantly built around Glacier Chafe, the way Danya's kit is predominantly built around Fusion Burst, but it does still have, much in the way Danya's kit has, a whole bunch of tools that are associated directly with off-tune teams. So does Lucilla's have a bunch of tools that are built around Echo teams. And from the breakdowns that I've seen, as the numbers exist presently, like at this particular version of closed beta, Lucilla's ability to buff echo damage is probably a hair ahead of Chuan if you consider all things being equal and don't assume like huge amounts of saturation of particular stats. So it seems like she can slot into an echo team in the exact same slot as Chuan, and almost by observation looks to me like it is she has been designed to be a Chuan for those people who were simply not going to play an echo team because they didn't want a penis haver.
Raise his hand. I got the puppy and fixed that by going around the problem.
But yeah, so she does have echo damage buffs and tools. I don't think she does a huge amount of echo damage in the kits that I've seen, but the kits that I've seen are all like machine translated from Chinese at this stage. I haven't gone to look for any fresher ones. I haven't had the time. But whether or not she deals the sort of echo damage that's required to actually pump a Galbrenner team resources wise, I don't know. But in terms of the buffs that she gives out, she does give very significant buffs to echo teams when she's set up for that. Like, I don't know, does Galbrenner actually do echo damage? I don't even know how it works for Galbrenner.
It's everything in her mode that actually matters for doing damage is considered both echo and heavy attack damage.
Right. But yeah, so that's going to work for those people who want to play Galbrenner. It's going to work for those people who want to play Sigrika. They'll be able to put together a team which doesn't have Chuan in it.
Yeah, that was the biggest reason I passed on Sigrika and only did the token amount of pulls for her that didn't pan out. Because I can't you
maybe
can't
depending
cheat
on
or you when she first came out you had to have Chi-Yuan to really get her kit online and really rolling because she can't cheat like Galbrena can. Galbrena can cheat with Lupa. You can't cheat with Sigrika.
well, looking at like the side by side comparisons of buffs given out, there's no meaningful difference for a normal player between Chuan and Lusa. Her combat style is based around her film theme. She's nominally a rectifier user, but she doesn't use a rectifier in any of her animations because Kuro. Instead, she fights with like a pair of like nail-like daggers and a gun.
Maybe she was originally a pistol user, but with the collab characters, we'll have 3 in this region.
There's already so many pistol users. We don't need more pistol users. Yeah, I do get the vibe that she probably wasn't a rectifier originally. like her forte being memory based does sort of like subtly suggest rectifier because it's not like an upfront thing, but the the way she fights suggests that it was probably originally pistol. Or, but I mean, like I said, she uses a pair of nails, sort of like Your Forger or Medusa, um, that type of thing in some of the footage that I've seen. But the animations are also like redonkulously incomplete at this point, like the ones that have leaked. I don't know what the final versions are going to look like. Her rotations are apparently relatively short, uh, and she is built around like the film theme. So, like on her like normal 3 and on her skill in that, rather than just tapping the button, you hold the button down and it goes into sort of like a film focus mode, and then you align the thing. So basically, it's like a circular version of Sanhua's forte,
Mm-hmm.
where you've got to target the marker to a particular band. And so her resonance skill and her normal 3, I think it's her normal 3, are based around this. With a weak version going off if you slop it, and a good version going off if you land on it, and that's where you're going to be getting your Glacier Chafe stacks from. Um, her Echo set, everybody's a little bit bewildered by, because at this point, um, she doesn't do anything with liberation damage whatsoever, which puts her radically at odds with Hiyuki, but is still basically going to have to use Hiyuki's set because there's nothing else in the game that does Glacier Chafe stuff. So it's going to be a matter of either you build her with Hiyuki's set, or you're just going to put together some other generic set um, for her personal damage. The other set that came out at the same time that has a name that is very, very obviously Lucilla themed, apparently it only has that name in the English because they didn't correct it when it left beta. Um, it was originally supposed to be a standalone set for an earlier version of Lucilla's kit, and then they scrapped that version of that kit, and they left the set in there as an alt set to build on Danya, if you want to build Danya purely as a Linne substitute. Because let's be real, Linne has a lot of people vying for her attention. She is a popular gal. But as it stands, it basically is an orphan set that doesn't have somebody it's designed specifically for. It just happens to have a name that sounds like it's designed for Lucilla. Whether Lucilla will get her own Echo set is unclear. I haven't seen any details on one floating around the place. Her rectifier, her signature rectifier is, it gives me the same sort of vibe as Linnea's one, in that it might be nice to have, but it's totally not necessary to have.
Yeah.
It does give, a bit of attack buffs, which is already, saturated in a lot of teams, and but benefits her personal damage, but her personal damage is neither good nor bad, much like Linne.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just, you can have it if you want, type of thing.
Something like a sub 15% performance enhance for the team as a whole kind of deal.
I would say so. Based on the current beta figures and just sort of eyeballing the way the kit comes together, it's going to be a nice thing to have, like a cherry on top sort of thing. Conversely, while you do get slow-mo when she's doing her focus frame thing, her first wave band is going to give you uninterrupt while you're doing it. So that may end up being mandatory depending on how well she plays and how much slow-mo you actually get, because there's no good footage around yet.
Yeah.
Because if that's important to land that for reasons other than just damage, you're gonna not want to get interrupted. I think it would be bad to be interrupted. Anyway, so yeah, Lucilla is going to be putting the very, very poorly performing revenue-wise Sagrika back on the map for a lot of people. And there are lots of very happy Hiyuki havers like me who are looking for somebody to fill that secondary slot so Lene can fit somebody else into her busy schedule.
Or motorbike
But
slacker, just overworked all the time.
well, she's just so good at what she does. She works with everybody, gets along with everybody. Just everyone loves Lene. But yeah. So yeah, the for the people who didn't want to pull Sagrika because they just didn't have a team for her, now there is an alternative way that doesn't involve pulling on Chiwan.
Raises hand.
So that is that. There's also been some more information starting to trickle out, though the veracity of it is very hard to establish, on the 5-star Yang Yang and her sister Sui Sui. Most of this is leaks of like product collab art of the two of them, but it is new art we haven't seen before, and there's the Yang Yang sister is a blonde,
Yeah.
and other than that is 100% Chinese themed, which is kind of an interesting take, I guess.
Well, it looks
Though,
Chinese themed with the marketing material we got there for that collab thing.
no, it doesn't look Chinese themed with the marketing material. It looks Western themed with the marketing material, but all of the leaks from people who claimed to have leaks said yes, but this is not what her normal look is. Her normal look is insert other character from other gacha or whatever that's Chinese themed. And also, we know that the next region is Mingzhou based on previous material, and that's basically back to Huanglong. So it would make sense for her to be Chinese themed. But yeah, we still have very little information on that, so all of it is subject to change. A lot of stuff about the Laha Roi characters changed before they launched, although it was mostly kit based. We'll hopefully see a continued trend towards supports and sub DPS particularly, but everybody for preference, having alternate modes that will allow them to play into alternate teams at a reasonably high frequency, because that just adds a lot of flexibility. And from what I've seen online, people are just generally very happy with the way that's going. Like, they're very happy with the way that Lene slots into lots of teams by having a specialization, but being like nicely generic. They're happy with the way that there's 2 teams that you can build for Ameth depending on your preference. They're happy with the way that you can basically customize the way you put your teams together to a much greater extent than you could in the past.
Yeah.
So
it makes
it prevents that unpleasant Genshin feeling where you have to build a new team of 4.
Yeah, it makes the starting from scratch problem that I often lament in these games less of a shoe when the more dual mode or dual supported characters there are, because there are multiple vectors to take your supports and sub DPS. So you likely already have some of the parts for a team if a main DPS gets released that seems interesting to you. And I really like that a lot with it. They seem to have taken the feedback of the Zani Peep team being partners, which already ain't that bad if it's just 2 characters, because the support on that team is fairly flexible, and the preferred one is a free character.
People are calling Peeb the dual mode OG, like the prototype.
Yeah, she doesn't have a switch you can flip in her talents, but she has when her prayer bar fills up, you press and hold either attack or special to pick the mode you want. And you can but hers, instead of being 2 sub DPS, one is main DPS Phoebe and with somebody else doing the frazzle, and one is she is the frazzle.
No Peeb, you are the frazzle. But yeah, anyway, that's looking up, and I don't know what the sort of the relative power levels are going to be like for Rebecca and Lucy when they come out, but a lot of people are very, very excited for them. I didn't realize there were so many fans of that anime spin-off, but apparently
Oh
there really
yeah,
are. I haven't seen it.
I knew the fan base
Like,
for
I
it was
didn't know if it
huge.
was I didn't know like if it was good or not because it was mostly well received by normies. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything because they all think Game of Thrones is good too. So
Well, they all turned on Game of Thrones when the last season apparently didn't do very well. I didn't watch the first couple seasons,
but
but
yeah, I don't really trust normie opinions on anime. So because
yeah,
oftentimes the things that they like about anime will be whatever makes it less like anime. But this one does see. I did ask somebody at work who watches a lot of anime if they'd heard anything bad. She said she hadn't seen it, but that she'd never heard anybody say anything bad about it. But also that the people that she knows who do like it are also normies.
yeah, it definitely had normie penetration more than other anime. I've not watched it yet. I've been tempted to put it on with the collab going on. Um, with the collab character, I made a chart of pull interest characters that I've been looking at and trying to parse my thoughts. And uh, I had only Lucy on there because we didn't know her kit yet, and that she was doing the stuff with Rebecca, or I didn't anyway. So I just have any Spectro character coming out. I just have a sticker next to their name as a potential pull because it
Doesn't
can.
frazzle.
Yeah, can it help Peeb and Frazzle? And I really do not care unless it's a penis haver.
Yeah, there's still like based on like the really really early like launch of Laharoi era leaks. There's still two more major meta teams that haven't manifested yet, and neither of them involve Spectrofrazzle, as far as I'm aware. One of
Yeah,
them is going to be the first like major Electro Flare team, and the other one is going to be a Havoc Bane team based around Yang Yang and her sister,
yeah. Who knows though?
based on the early leaks.
With dual modes becoming more and more popular, maybe the Havoc character has a Spectro Frazzle mode.
Well, I mean, there have been in the past. I have seen people say that there were like early prototypes in various. I can't remember whether it was Wuwa or not. I think it might have been Wuwa. Or, can't remember. But I remember hearing about one of the gacha had in an early beta a prototype of a character that had dual mode of element rather than of some other attribute. So maybe somebody, they might have a main job, but they do a little frazzle side hustle. It could
Yep,
happen.
yep.
But it is quite possible because there are various characters planned that have names, but nothing has been attached to them yet, based on the earliest leaks. And one of the main players in the first incarnation of the Electro Flare team is believed to be Electro Rover. So
So
um,
they do seem to like using Rover to get an archetype off the ground. They did it with Arrow, they did it with Frazzle, and now they're doing. If they do it again with Electro, it'll whenever they introduce a new archetype, they seem very gung ho to. Well, we can have Rover slot in to get it started.
yeah, the of the leaks, I had a look through the leaks that have that purport to name all of the prospective characters going forward through to the end of this major version, and there's only one more male on the slate from what I can see.
Yeah, Luke is a very beloved character that did not sell well.
No, he did not sell well. He did not sell well at all. Neither did Sagrika though. So poor girl just got caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, she was bumping with Ameth though.
Yeah, people are so hype about Lucilla and Lucy and Rebecca that I'm expecting that Danya's going to have a rough time as well. But I don't care. I'm going to pull for Danya. She's adorable.
Yeah, I would. Danya is a get it later character for me because currently my pull target is Augusta, who I've pre-farmed and got the beginner Echo set ready to go, and that's just there for when I need it. And her banner eventually comes around. I need to keep enough in the tank to guarantee her and her weapon. After that, my next priority target, I think, is going to be Ameth, because I've already got her Toon Break friends. So,
They're
and
they're not otherwise employed.
I mean, they're always employed somewhere, but
They are the wheelchair after all.
but in an instance where Toon Break is really focused, Imeth just is fun to play, and I have her friends, so I can just make her work and run something else in the other team. Um, does kind of make me
We're not
real
Luke.
because Luke has a penis. He's my bro. He'll always be there for me. You don't need to pull your bro. Isn't that what the Chinese people said?
Yeah, I thought that was really funny. It was also like so like blunt. Like, how come you don't already understand this?
Yeah. The so you got that. And if I get Imeth, Dinia will move up on the pull priority to enable the other half of her kit. We'll also move Lucilla up on the pull priority if she can substitute for Lupa in the Galbrana team, because I'll want to be able to field both of those teams simultaneously, just if I want to. And that will, because Mornier will be occupied on the Imeth team, I'll need to
You
replace
know,
her.
the
Replace
early
Lupa.
figures that I saw suggested that there wasn't a huge difference between Ameth Fusion Burst team performance with Danya versus with Lupa. It was not really. It wasn't a difference of like pull a whole new character for this.
Have they tried testing with both Lupa and Danya and Imeth as a no traditional
Yeah,
support
but
team?
it was like it was a really early version of Danya though, so the data's not good anymore. But that said, Danya did only get nerfs, so they're
Yeah,
probably about even now. Like they basically seem to be willing to pay out a lot of rope to Lupa because she's restricted by element in a way other characters aren't.
yeah. But by that same token, anything that falls into that element just has a lot of flexibility if you have Lupa. Like, she can just band-aid a whole lot of fusion teams and just make them work. Does not matter that she does nothing for Galbrena's echo mechanic or her heavy attack mechanic. Lupa will fix it.
Yeah, so basically, Lupa's sort of like the only character who can support things like can support Fusion Burst in spite of the fact that Fusion Burst is not currently a supported version of damage, because normally debuffs need a debuff support, right? So if you're a debuffer, you need to either be supported by Chisa, who can increase your stack limit, or you need to be supported by somebody else who uses that same type of debuff. Lupa just gets around that by just supporting the element, just straight up, which is something that most other characters don't do in a big enough way to make the sort of splash that Lupa does.
Yeah, the
So lots
puppy.
of characters support element a little bit, but Lupa really likes fire.
Yeah, if you've got even one fire main DPS on your account, Lupa's not a bad pickup because she just gives everything fire way more flexibility. Does mean that Mornier becomes tied to the hip of that team though, because you need your support to be fire as well. And unless you feel like pulling Brant, uh, you're uh, you're kind of limited in choices there. But
I can't remember seeing any more fusion characters on the slate based on the early pulls. Like, I can't remember exactly though. I
in the
think that they're planning to lean on Glacio pretty hard to make up for their past abandonment of it.
well, and Fusion has had a heyday with like three characters since like the last patch of the 2.x era. You got Galbrena, Mornier, and Imeth are all Fusion. So it's had quite a few. Fusion, Arrow, and Spectro have had just a ton of characters. So I wouldn't be surprised if they lean off of them a little bit and go let Havoc, Electro, and Glacio play catch up. People seem to forget that Havoc uh, has not had a whole lot of representation because Farlova exists.
Yeah, she never ever falls out of the meta ever.
Yeah, like there's always Whimpering Waste, and there's all unless it counter shills Havoc. your girl's there. So, speaking of whimpering waste this time, there is no way for me to triple S this one. It is anti-arrow, big time. Its major resist is arrow, and its secondary resist is electro. So the electro one doesn't hit my account right now, but so many of my characters right now are arrow. I have a very arrow, spectro, and fusion heavy account, as most people do, and have leaned on cartwheel to her and Chiacona to get me through that and get the triple S last time. Won't happen this time because they need not apply. And so I barely was able to squeak an S with Peeb and Galbrena, and yeah, gonna have to think about getting some alternate element characters. Augusta should help by opening up Electra for me.
I'm
Uh,
just not even going to concern myself with it. I will pull waifu,
it's a
waifu for waifu.
it's a distant consideration because usually it's not that big a deal. It's just specifically in Whimpering Wastes when Arrow is not shilled. Finding AoE amongst the rest of my cast is hard. And if Chia Pet,
Oh,
oh, what's up?
one thing that just occurred to me that I didn't mention about Lucilla's kit that has come out is that she's got an Nahida's thing
Which part of
to
the
take a
thing?
photo
Oh, okay.
and grab all the stuff. The thing is that because it's Woowa, it's not just oh well, it brings up a photo reticule on the screen. No, it puts you in first person, of course, including the ability to look down, which is all anybody on beta has been doing.
Ah, yes. We can see the cleavage from Lucilla's perspective. Got it.
Like this is like most posted video from beta.
It's like whenever somebody gets to the Galbrena section in the first person Galbrena section in the end of the 2.7 story, the every single video of it. Eventually, the person will figure out they can look down, and they will just stop and look down for a solid like 5 seconds.
I just went to the Twitter to look for something, and somebody just posted a picture on my feed of a big picture of something called a vine garoon that you apparently have in the States, and this is the most horrific bug I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Why does that exist? Please scourge them from the face of the earth. I hope that's not real.
Me.
Maybe it's like drop bears. I'll deceive myself into thinking that's the case.
Yeah, they're not native to my area, or they're not very common here. I mean,
That's just in the southwest.
yeah, yeah. Those are desert monsters.
But it's horrible. What a horrible looking creature.
Yeah, the desert has a good way of spawning those. It's just horrible monsters. Arizona is in the smack in the middle of Death Valley, so that's where you'll find stuff like that. Oh, there's a giant variant. I didn't know that.
Why?
Yeah, it's over 100 millimeters.
Yeah, that's the picture that I was looking at. It was on my Twitter timeline. This is the size of this guy's hand. And apparently they squirt acid out of their butt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's all
Why you
kind.
need to be like this?
Yeah, the Death Valley area can spawn things that should be, native to the Outback server.
Like, as a microbiologist, I would never go to Death Valley because I know as a microbiologist what you've got in Death Valley. And there's a lot of horrible stuff that will just kill you and you can't do anything to stop it once it gets into you. But yeah, I didn't know you had like macro scale horrors as well.
Yeah, like that it's the pseudo Outback server. There's all kinds of horrible monstrosities there.
Why did you install a Timu Australia in your country?
It came pre-packaged. Nobody figured out how to remove it.
At least I can understand why you would like put so many of the liberals there.
Well, actually, Arizona used to be hard red until fortifications. and the desert acted as a barrier. The place was just too tough to live in for the usual class, even with it being right on the border.
Don't know what I'm looking at here. Is this really a leaked screenshot from the Woowa beta? Because this is not really sure how to process this. Don't know if it's something somebody cooked up or if it's actually happening.
Hmm. Yeah, I was wondering what they were going to do with the cubes after the QB Derby because they had the little QB event last time. Speaking of, we haven't talked about the most important thing going on this week.
The QB Derby!
We've been getting hosed.
I've been having very mixed results. If I pick a character, they will lose. Except when they don't. If I pick a character, sometimes they don't lose. But it seems to be based on a similar rubric to the desire sensor. So like I picked Jinshi and she won. But I don't normally pick Jinshi. I picked her on a whim. Likewise, when I picked Chisa the first time, she lost horribly. And then when I picked her in the cope bracket, she won. And then when I did on a coin flip, switched from Danya to Hisui and to not Danya to Hiyuki in the most recent one, I lost and Danya won because I didn't pick Danya this time. So yeah, I mean it is like it is. There are so many factors involved that it could not be any closer to random without being entirely random. So it's not like you can genuinely influence it, but I am still like disproportionately invested in the outcome of this because the cubies are adorable.
Yeah. Supported Best Chupi in A group. She barely squeaked her way into the elimination round. Uh, Supported Lene in B group, barely squeaked her way into the elimination round. Supported Yuno in C group, she got horribly destroyed. Supported Cartwheel in the show match for all the eliminated cubes, and she got dead last, which means she is the last place cube out of all the last place cubes. In the last elimination round was the only one I did moderately okay in, where I picked Segrika and she got second. The A group elimination. Shinshi, Hiyuki, and Chengli all got destroyed, but Denia, Segrika, and Shorekeeper moved on. Next up is the most important one. It has our wonderful girl Peeb, the best cube, the original Chupi.
Backing my girl, Small Otter Montini.
And they is gonna actually proc her effect this time and just take the win. Watch. But I gotta believe in the Chupi. And so next week we have, let's see what's up next. It's
I don't
the
understand how the bracket works from this point on. I got really confused trying to work it out.
yeah,
So I figure I'll just wait and see.
yeah. It looks like groups A and B fight with each other, and the top three of each move on to the round two to compete to be in the final. And the top three of that group will make it to the final. And then in the lower bracket, the losers from A and B go into the lower bracket, and they'll fight amongst each other. And then the top three from that one will make it in the final. So basically, it functions as double elimination. Well, kind of. The making it to the upper bracket puts you in the upper bracket playoff, and making it to the lower bracket, I guess, gives you an easier match because you'll be up against loser cubes.
I don't know. Well, the
That
thing is that it's not like your position has any like intrinsic relationship to the ability of that cube to win or lose in future.
unless you're Yuno, who has the trolliest ability that does nothing to help her progress, and winds up in dead in second to dead last.
Well, she's an oracle. She just says what the future is going to be. She doesn't try and make it good or bad.
Her ability was hilarious though. She didn't even get to proc it in her first match. Um, Basically, when she reaches the halfway point of the map, all cubes in front and behind her are teleported on top of her in a giant stack.
Not necessarily useful, but it's not necessarily detrimental either.
No, but it's just a funny trolley ability. I believe in PB. He just got all my money. So we've been diligently following the QB Derby and posting updates in the mobile games thread on the Discord.
Man, the Southeast Asia server was so nettled when Calcharo won.
I would be too. So yeah, QB Derby is going on. It goes to the 23rd, which is I think Friday, Saturday for me. So we'll be able to watch the finals on the show.
What? No, the QB Derby's got like another 8 days or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, so the finals will be on the 23rd for me, which is show day. So
Check what it was.
we'll be able to watch the finals. They go in they happen an hour before the show, so I'll be able to play them for everybody at full speed.
Which Icky boys do we still have to eliminate?
Calcharo. Let me pull the event back up. I know Calcharo's in there. I think we murdered Luke Cube. Maybe. Race button. Okay, we murdered Luke Cube. He's out. We just have Calcharo.
If he wins, I will be nettled.
He is in the current race, but if he loses this one, he goes to the lower bracket and has another chance. Everybody will be mad if Calculator wins. Like, there's a reason to screen the QB race ahead of time and try it again before letting the final play, and that is just because if Calcharo wins, your entire fan base is going to come murder you. They'll probably accept literally anybody else.
And once that was probably that'll be a. Is it the completion of that event or no? It's the other stuff that we've got to claim that's going to get most of the remaining points, right? Because we're still miles away from that snowfluff seal. So
Yeah. So we have a entire another Lolaro. Just do stuff, get free stuff. What am I full count at? We're really recovering after the disastrous pulls. I'm basically back to very positive. 15 weapon pulls, 32 character pulls, and 24.6 thousand astrite.
Not doing quite that well on the individual pulls. I've got 20 character pulls, 17 weapon pulls, and 31k asterite.
So
plus a big chunk of purchased asterite. I mean, not asterite, the equivalent that have just been sitting there unspent.
Yeah, that is yet another reason.
That's my backup cushion.
that is yet another reason to dog on Genshin right now. The astrite they've given us for this anniversary has actually been really good, despite all the people whining about it. And number two, the general astrite they've given throughout this entire patch cycle, that one mega purchase I got at the start to get Shorekeeper has carried me through the whole thing, despite some truly disastrous pulls.
Well, you're never going to lose a 75-25 on the weapon. So
yeah. So had to go to hard pity for the weapon and had to double hard pity for and that put a huge chunk of my savings. But the anniversary has completely recovered it, and the rest of the currency I bought has got me, Lene, Mornier. Uh, I feel like it got me somebody else too. Uh, Haters do I have? Oh,
Doing 3 banners a phase has also been quite good, like, just as a decision that they made quite early on to just keep rotating characters. I don't feel anywhere near as much pressure to, like, go vertical in characters that I like early on. Like, I would like to go vertical in Hiyuki because she's a fun and rewarding character to play, but it's like, well, there are other characters that I need in the near future, and I don't know how things are gonna shape up, so I would like to be able to just defer that to a later date.
you also have the coral option for early
Yeah, well,
early verticaling.
I already went in on that first one on the coral, and it's like, well, there's another 2 in there, maybe even 3, because if you get her to S4, she can heal herself.
Yeah, and it's like every depending on your luck, every 3 or 4 pull attempts will net you enough coral to get a wave ban.
And
Uh,
if it doesn't, well, that's because you're just lucky.
yeah, and then who cares? Just throw your extra pulls at the other character when they rerun. So like you'll have enough coral laying around usually for the big important wave bans on your on-fielders if you want them. I had some stocked up because I was planning to use them on PB if you could, but you could not. Uh, so uh, so yeah, just the game is just really in a good spot with its currency. That the Lupa was the other character I forgot that I pulled during the 3.x, and I got her on Chaska pulling. And I was pretty well tapped going into it because I remember at the very start of 3.x, I did the uh, the cartwheel Chiacona double pull, and I was just my luck has been decidedly like 120 pulls on average for the other characters, but it just has been fine.
I've been oscillating between mediocre and absolutely terrible luck. So,
Yeah, like I had or had Lupa go really good, but she was a whim pull, and went horribly, but I was able to recover from it with the anniversary. Like it just is impressive that a single like $120 to $150 purchase was enough to carry me through an entire patch cycle. And I do not feel pressure on anything with like I'm going to run out and just be hosed. In Genshin, by contrast, one of the big reasons to wait before going back ever again is because Linnea ate the rest of my crystals. I got nothing in the tank, and I know that they're not giving out enough if I was to play daily to be able to get any interesting characters that come out. They also
yeah,
have the
I got
75-25 on the
about
weapon.
doing I did a pretty decent chunk of Temple of Space. I In the process of doing the story last night, I got the compass up to the level 3 where it shows everything on the map.
Hmm.
So I know there's still a pile of stuff on the map. But that's still quite a bit of clearing because you need like 90% of what they call 100%, which is not 100%, to get to the compass to level 3. But the total amount of pulls I got from that was maybe 15 or 20 tops.
Yeah, and then they're only giving out like 60 on free to play, 90 if you get the Welkin and the Battle Pass. That's just not enough to make pulling feel comfortable. Like and that puts you so far behind that unless you're insanely lucky on some pulls, you're not going to be in range to really, as a low spender, comfortably just grab a pack of quartz or whatever to nab you an extra character. Because in addition to that, and to not feeling comfortable going into the pulling, you're going to run into a situation where after the pulling you're tapped, and you're fighting that horrible feeling uphill battle back from zero. In Wuwa, and to a lesser extent ZZZ, this just ain't a problem because they have found a good balance with the currency to give out. And for at least low to medium spenders, I'm more likely to spend if you give me a generous start so I can approximate a worst case cost for a character. because then I can plan for it. And I have seen nothing but people talking about the Genshin pull count in my feeds. I've seen a lot of them chirping about boycotting that I know they're not going to do.
Yeah,
But
the thing is, I don't think that Genshin's pull count has actually changed a huge amount. I think it's the types of characters that they and teams that they release that have changed, that have made it exacerbated the fact that they have never been very generous.
they're going the opposite direction of Wuwa. Whereas Wuwa is making their characters have dual modes and be more generally applicable, and putting Linnaeus in the game that can go anywhere and make any character viable. You know, you got Genshin over here where you have a very specific meta and a very specific team comp you need to make it actually make the engine turn over. And if you don't have at least like 3 out of the 4 pieces, you're hosed in terms of getting the scores in game, or even just playing the team for fun sometimes. Like the only one of the lunar reactions that you can kind of get away with not having all the pieces for is electrocharged.
Yeah, but that just means you need Whackbot.
Yeah. So they're
Like
in a
even having Columbina is not enough. Like if you have Columbina plus Electro, it's not going to be sufficient. I've tried that using Clorand in Spiral Abyss, and you might be able to squeak it out um below the last, what is it, below floor 12. It might work, but at floor 12 where the real business happens, it's just a no-go.
Yeah, and then you've started shilling all of your in-game mode, which everybody that's up to date and clearing all the current world exploration stuff is going to be doing. Where this is where they get to use the new characters they pulled. All your bosses are turbo shilled for the new in-game stuff. And they're shilled so hard that other archetypes need not apply. Like as much as I'm grumbling about whimpering waste being, the no arrow allowed week, that's just an element. Eventually,
And you still is cleared.
yeah, I still got the S. I'm moaning because I can't triple S because I can't mold it out because the output isn't there. But the output is there for getting the S rank with teams that are 100% off meta and
Yeah,
not shilled at all.
you're doing the equivalent of complaining that you can't zero cycle Memory of
Yeah,
Chaos.
like this is not a real issue.
So but that and the HSR community is a bit like that though. Like they're constantly complaining about not being able to zero cycle. It's like you've got 10 cycles to get all those rewards, right? You're only concerned that people will look at you askance if you don't clear with the latest meta team in 0 cycles. Like if you don't care what other people think, you don't need to worry about that at all.
Yeah, so while it annoys me for my personal molding level, it is a very minor annoyance because next week won't be arrow locked, or next cycle won't be arrow locked, and I'll be able to do it just fine, and I can have fun doing it then. They're and I was able to do what's there right now without the shield teams. Not a single character I used this cycle was shield. I used the Galbrena and the Phoebe team.
Hell, I've still been able to get A's on Infinite Torrents using a single target team. That is to say, Carlotta, with a no wave bands Yang Yang in the sub DPS slot. Like I was still able to get A just by playing consistently. Not even necessarily well, just playing consistently.
Yeah, just do you have to do some wacky uh rotation interruption stuff? Sometimes depends on the team. But I mean that's just kind of what you work with when you're off shill completely. But the chance of you being off shill, the more dual mode characters they put in and flexible supports gets lower and lower every time.
And there's always those whatchamacallits, the tokens that just increase element damage and stuff that you can you can save those for the back end if you need them or to use an unshield team
Yeah, save
to
the
get rid of some of those like all element resist down or all element damage up or whatever ones. Like if you just judiciously use those, some of them are nearly as powerful as the shield ones. They're just not as specific and easy to bring to bear as much of the time. That's all.
yeah. So yeah, it's to get the rewards. It's not anywhere near as big of a deal. Spiral Abyss, though, you've locked or not Spiral Abyss, sorry, Stygian Onslaught. You've locked the highest tier rewards. Well, Spiral Abyss now because they're putting the shield bosses in there too. You've locked the highest rewards behind bosses that are archetype exclusive, as in only this archetype need apply. If you don't have this select suite of 4 characters, don't even attempt.
Well, I mean, Nahida, not Nahida, the Nailu team can do what the Nefer team can do to some extent. It's just a bit jank,
You're just
and
gonna
you might die.
yeah, you're just gonna blow yourself up. You need Lauma and Kokomi healing to stay alive. I mean, it's a fun team. I like that team, but it does lead to some very interesting scenarios. But that's still a shield team that is specifically only going to work in AOE scenarios and well, actually, the team is fairly flexible. More to think about it, like any Dendra weak enemy or is going to get whopped by it pretty good. So it would
The
be
Nefer
fine
team has a much higher ceiling, but you can only do one thing, which is stand at point blank and blank range and pray you don't get domed before you get the damage out.
because we don't have Coral in that game to let us get anti-interrupt wave bans. Not that they probably even exist, because Genshin's all of Hoyo's wave ban system is obnoxious.
That was actually the number one cause of taking damage in Temple of Space was getting juggled by those angels.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would swap character on field, and that character would get punted, and then the other angel would punt it, and then the first angel would punt it, and
Playing volleyball.
just they seem to do all of the knockback. Eventually, I just put Sitlali in the team. It was like, okay, fine. I see how this is. I know Sitlali doesn't synergize with any of the Luna teams, but it doesn't matter. She's best girl. She'll keep me alive.
I know the PGR Devil May Cry collab is heralded as one of the best collabs in mobile games, but there are a lot of people like me that just really like Devil May Cry. They could just be talking out their butt. I have not watched any of it aside from a few of the cutscenes and looked at the animations for Dante and Virgil in that game. But this will be the first time experiencing a Kuro collab firsthand, and it'll be very interesting to see how they handle a high-profile collab versus Star Rail with the Fate collab. Like how much of a difference is there in there? Because the way people talk about the PGR collab with DMC has got the bar set pretty high for
I
how they're
think
able to handle it.
that I think that in the case of the PGR one, it's more like, well, PGR is already has a reasonable amount of genre overlap with Devil May Cry. It's more technical than any of the other action gachas on the market. And in terms of people's respect for it as a collab, I think a lot of that stems from it. Sort of like how, when Peter Jackson made the Lord of the Rings movies, he said his objective was to try and represent the source material. It wasn't to try and, update the Lord of the Rings for modern audiences or anything like that.
Yeah,
So I think that people are fond of the PGR collab with Devil May Cry because they tried to make it like Devil May Cry as opposed to just putting Devil May Cry skins in the game.
yeah. Genre alignment aside, they also like Kuro in general. You can feel a lot of Devil May Cry influence and blood in the game.
Or
Like,
tooltips, like
yeah,
Galbrenner's tooltips.
yeah, or Gubberin's cutscenes. like clearly that franchise is baked into the inspirational DNA that made Kuro's action framework. So they had a leg going up, and I wonder if they can keep that going for something that isn't as explicit in its baked inness. So I'm actually interested to see what they do with the Cyberpunk collab. I'm not interested in any
I
of the
think
characters,
if
but
we're
I want to
going
see how
to
they do
weigh
it.
that up, we're going to have to watch the sodding anime.
Yeah, I know. I'll time dependent. I'll try to get around to it either this week or next week. Uh, Work has been a monster because of the aforementioned freight issue, but I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I don't. I guess I'll have to find a 9 bob or something if I want to watch it.
I'll send you the Russian 9 bob mirror of one of the older sites I got that I've been using.
I'm not really a huge fan of cyberpunk as a genre. Like, I'm sort of like constitutionally opposed to transhumanism. Like, I think that everything about it is a bad idea, and I don't particularly revel in seeing those bad ideas play out. But like, I don't I have a sort of like a gap between um science fantasy and sort of like I skip over cyberpunk and go straight to Warhammer 40k sort of thing.
Yeah. I generally don't have a problem with the concepts presented in cyberpunk settings. My bigger issue is usually the aesthetic. I just don't like.
Yeah, well, I usually don't like the aesthetic either. Like, I prefer the sort of like full gothic techno dark age of Warhammer 40k, or the sort of clean sci-fi future, or the sort of like the grimy sci-fi future. Sort of like, well, we already live there. I don't need to see that in my entertainment.
Yeah, that's coming up a little too fast in real life. That, and I just don't like the neon colors that they use a lot of the time, or specifically the neon lighting and the way hair always looks in cyberpunk settings always puts me off. Like I'm not never a fan of the wacky liberal hair colors.
I don't know whether or not all cyberpunk portrayals are like that, or just the most iconic ones. Like, I mean, Ghost in the Shell wasn't really like that, but I didn't really like Ghost in the Shell either.
Ghost in the Shell was probably the least offensive of all the ones I've watched in terms of aesthetic. Like it was, and it also portrayed all the transhuman stuff fairly negatively,
Well,
from what I
most
remember.
cyberpunk does. That's almost the point um, of the genre. But yeah, I I was never a fan of the movies for Ghost in the Shell. I was I stomached watching Standalone Complex because it was pretty much just a standard detective show with a couple of extra sci-fi elements thrown in. It didn't like it didn't linger too much on the grimy aspects of cyberpunk or transhumanism, which belaboring the grimy aspects of cyberpunk and transhumanism is basically what mainstream Ghost in the Shell is all about. Like, it's a ridiculously highly sexualized franchise.
Yeah, there was a part of that series that still sticks in my brain as just the awfulness of transhumanism, where they have their brains are removable and and placeable into different artificial bodies, and how much of the brain is left is and what limit is human. How much of your brain do you need left to still be considered human? And
Yeah,
all the
the thing
nasty
is,
debaucherous stuff they got up to because they could rip their brains out.
yeah, but I mean, the thing is that for me, a lot of it just doesn't work because I just don't agree with the radical materialist conception of human existence. I think it's just wrong. Like, the fundamental premise of cyberpunk to me is kind of wrong, and cyberpunk knows that because they always depict it as basically you're you're on a short road to hell if you indulge in cybernetic modification.
Yeah,
Like,
it,
that's almost always the case, right? Like, you are going to go crazy if you participate in this, even though it's accepted in mainstream in the setting.
yeah. They usually portray it as, usually your protagonist will have some minor modifications, and a big part of the villain groups of these type of settings is they've gone whole bore into it and have turned into degenerate monsters.
They've turned into the Fractsidus foot soldiers.
Yeah,
Because I mean, that's basically what we was doing as well, right? That it's just tacit Discord punk instead of cyberpunk. Um, but yeah, the like I don't agree with the metaphysics of cyberpunk generally. Like, I don't believe that the brain is where the person and the thinking and all that takes place. I think the brain is sort of like the material half of the construct that we can see manifest in physical terms. but the person is the synthesis of the meat and the everything else.
Yeah.
So if you just handle the meat, you're not really handling the person. You're just tinkering, mutilating, basically, because what happens to one will reflect on the other. So if the soul is damaged, the brain will become damaged. If the brain is damaged, the soul will become damaged to some extent. Or
Yeah.
rather, the temporal expression of the soul, since the soul is platonically speaking the form of the body. Therefore, the soul is, in some sense, always exists in an ideal state, but its expression as mind can be impaired by damage.
Yeah. The thing about Ghost in the Shell's particular approach to this one was just how horrifyingly nasty they made the
Yeah, because the
implications.
cyber brains are always like the slightly bigger than a large grapefruit sort of thing.
Yeah. And they would go out of their way to open them up and show the bits of the brain that are still inside of them. Like it was viscerally nasty, and the implications of what was done with those brains is all even nastier. The Ghost of the Shell was real big on that. In fact, I think it was explicit sometimes. They just straight up told you.
Well, I mean, and the original comic did contain a lot of porn, so
It did give me one of my favorite words for people that go too deep down the everything's connected rabbit hole with the term standalone complex for being like sometimes an idea is just so infectious amongst a group that you don't need a centralized authority or group of people running a cabal to perpetuate it.
I mean that's standard right wing political theory as well. Like this is what the what I guess everybody is the far right now, so I don't know how you would describe them, but that was sort of like considered the dissident right wing thought
Yeah,
was
that
that leftism propagates itself by means of being a natural coalescence of ideals in the society that has been built around institutions that are captured, and therefore no agenda pusher is required because there is nothing else.
yeah, it's just given
They're
a
gonna.
term for it that I can easily reference and use to explain it to people with the phrase standalone complex.
Well, I mean, that word in some senses was originally what Richard Dawkins intended meme to mean. It
Uh,
just didn't work out for him the way he intended.
yeah, I heard for a brief bit he was having some some late term idea regrets about the stuff he pushed.
Oh no, he's completely fallen in love with Claudia now.
Okay.
The feminized version of AI Claude.
Aha.
He's like convinced that AI is actually sentient because he's a senile old fool.
Right. He's become Will Stancil.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, no, he did go through a phase um of performative regret about the damage that he did or the damage he feels he did to religion in the West, being that he's seen that what has flooded in to fill the gap is the worst extremes of hedonism and the worst extremes of Islam. It's just basically displacing what was originally Western culture. Um,
As anybody with a brain
but
could have told him would happen.
I think it's largely performative, and what he's going to be answerable for is the number of souls he led to petition in the particular, rather than any harm he may have done to the church, which I think is probably negligible in the long run, because realistically, he's one petty old man, and he's not even a very intelligent one at that. He just had good publicists.
Yeah. I don't I only hear the out rumors of people like him because I don't engage with social media, so I don't see their stuff reposted all the time.
Well, the thing is that they don't have much social media present because they're all lolcows now.
Yeah.
Like all of those big, like Christopher Hitchens led a hedonistic lifestyle and he died for it. Um, Daniel Dennett died of old age, I think. I don't think he's alive anymore. Um, what's his name? The guy who is not Dawkins of the main four. is just continuing to do the same old thing, but he's becoming oh, Sam Harris. He's become increasingly unhinged because of liberal politics. And so people don't want to talk about him anymore because he's just so obviously unhinged. And Dawkins is like borderline senile. Like he only posts coal, basically. Like
Yeah,
nobody wants to own his views anymore. They're all stuck in a boomer mindset as well. Like they still think, that all that we need is return to fresh prints and everything will be fine.
the best you can hope for is to maybe recapture some fads or aspects. You're not turning the clock back.
Well, the thing is that the grist for the mill now is Zoomers. Zoomers are not Zoomers are not like as open-minded, naive, and retarded as the millennials. The Zoomers are all like mentally deranged, incredibly focused, and don't trust or believe anything except for their influences. So it's basically every Zoomer is like for as a generalization, it's just a question for Zoomers, not what they believe, but what cult of personality they're a member of.
Yeah, they also have the attention span of rats. They'll be hyper focused on whatever's current for you know the minute, and they will, unless it's Fortnite, they will move on immediately to the next thing.
They ruined counting for everybody. The numbers 6 and 7 were perfectly innocent back in my day.
5309. So yeah,
But
the
like the one thing that I heard somebody mention the other day is that like okay, so we've got the millennials, which were once upon a time were referred as Gen Y before they became the millennials, and then there were the Zoomers, was Gen Z, and the current crop of teenagers is Gen Alphas. Who wants to be part of the next generation, eh?
oh no, gonna have to.
Who's gonna wear that label?
Oh, don't worry, some catastrophe will come along shortly that'll define that generation and give it its own special name. It has always annoyed me how while they were still figuring out the drawing line for the generations, they kept creeping the millennial start age back more and more in the public consciousness. Because the millennials are a generation that has a clear dividing line. Do you remember a time before the internet? If so, your experience is radically different than somebody that doesn't.
When people nail a year to it, most commonly I hear like 1984 or 1985 as the first millennial birth year.
Yeah, if yeah, but the if you're born in the '80s or even before '92, you grew up with a childhood likely without the internet, and the rest of the millennials up to 2000 all grew up with the internet as a thing that was a core part of their youth. And the differences in the way the two think is can be quite stark. So the millennial
What was
designation has always bugged me.
first year that I started spending time doing things on the internet was probably 1997, 1996-ish,
Yeah,
I would say.
it was a bit later for me because we were still in the rural South back then. We didn't have the Atlantic encroachment happening yet. So I didn't. My family didn't have ready home access to the internet until like '99 ish. But yeah, so the millennial designation has always bugged me because there's pre-internet millennials and post-internet millennials. When that line starts probably depends on your region and when you got access to
Well,
the internet in yours.
most people these days will say Xillennials or Zillennials.
Is that what they call it now?
Yeah, X-Millennials are the millennial generation that culturally feel a kinship with Gen X, and the Zillennials are the ones that culturally feel a kinship with Gen Z.
Yeah, because you and me grew up as remember our childhoods predominantly without the internet. Like all through, it wasn't until like high school and maybe late middle school that I had access to it regularly.
Yeah,
And
but it probably wasn't until I was in high school, like post 2000, that it was anything more than a toy.
yeah,
Like,
I,
as far as like a mainstream communication medium for me, that definitely didn't really start until high school.
yeah, I remember not starting World of Warcraft until my junior year of high school, 2006. So I think it was 2006. Might have been a year earlier. Might have been my sophomore year. Uh, but uh, but yeah. So ugh. Anyway, we off on a rabbit hole. Um,
Food never showed up.
yep, he never did. I took a lot of our time talking about Liza P and the boss fight there. Um,
Did you check the email
it
box?
was empty when we started the show, and we started late. So unless something has shown up there all of a sudden, I can double check. No, there's nothing in there. So we're like at over 4 hours, so I think it's time to call it. Unless you got something. Oh,
Let's see. Was there anything? I don't. I'm trying to remember if I saw any major news about games and tech this this week, but I'm having difficulty calling anything to mind. But most of the feed was basically taken up by people dunking on that mixtape, quote game unquote.
oh, the one that has yet more review astroturfing going on.
Yeah, because I think that it just offended a lot of people along a lot of axes. Um, because it's sort of like a multifaceted desecration of basically the early generation of millennials' childhood
Yeah,
by like they're basically skin suiting it more or
yeah,
less.
yeah. I
And
can.
they're claiming it for themselves and saying, "Oh, if anybody doesn't remember this the way we are portraying it and like this game, then they're not a real '90s kid or whatever." So it's like jammed full of fake '90s nostalgia rather than actual '90s nostalgia, and like they still got all the details wrong. And you're expected to play along with the skin suits to be part of the in crowd, and there's no gameplay in it at all.
Yeah,
Basically, it's a game which you can win by holding down W or clicking the mouse or whatever.
I've heard it's barely a
Um,
step beyond a walking simulator.
it has no fail states in it, as far as I'm aware from what people have been saying. It's billed as an indie game, but it's bankrolled by like the sixth richest man in the world because his daughter made it. Like it's a nepo baby game,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that the thing that really got people's goat about it, possibly more than anything else, is that it reminded everybody that games reviewers still have jobs and aren't out on the street.
Yeah, that's the big thing I've seen about it.
Like I think that that's what people are really upset about is they were reminded that there's this class of people who are absolutely despicable and aren't being punished for it.
Yeah, they still have some pull in the gaming industry, and that they can determine bonuses for teams.
Well,
Uh,
that's the thing though, right? Like this is like it's purely a circle jerk. Like the whole thing is just a circle jerk. Like the games review edifice is like it's maintained by AAA. It's not maintained by an audience. AAA maintain it because they need reviews to be able to launder their product quality to their shareholders.
yeah,
So
No.
the whole games review edifice, outside of like a few very very fan focused sort of outlets, um, are basically an adjunct to publicly listed AAA companies because you need that critical reception data in order to deliver your quarterly report. And so you end up basically with an ecosystem where AAA will pay journalists, and the journalists will create the reviews for AAA, who can use that to justify their spending to investors, and they'll get their budget and they'll give that money to AAA to continue doing it. So it's sort of a circular ecosystem that doesn't actually involve customers or audiences in any way.
Yeah, it's the at least the Rotten Tomatoes effect, where the critic score is completely useless. All that is people paying each other off for more reviews to get the people at whatever company developed the thing more money because they get bonuses with their shareholders and with the people that do payouts if they get a good review score, more money. And so it's totally completely useless, especially for large budget projects. Useless for independent projects and smaller budget projects because these same critics, in order to not look like total paid shills, they think will often just rate these games lower than they actually deserve to be rated. And so the critic score is completely useless. And only an exercise in making sure bonuses and money get thrown around. And God forbid your
I don't,
companies practice those bonuses for the general employees and then not pay off the reviewers. Because then you wind up
I think
with
that
79 on Metacritic and nobody gets a bonus.
I think people generally resent the fact that they keep getting reminded that this exists, because like there's this cadre of people that their entire their entire position in the gaming ecosystem is to assert unjustifiably that they are better than you and their opinion is worth more than you, and they are being paid to do so.
Yeah,
And this, I think, is sort of like on a gut level offensive to most gamers.
yeah,
So you won't find any gamers who are going to speak up on behalf of Mixtape because it represents an ecosystem that doesn't include them, yet holds itself above them.
yeah. It Any game with no fail state will should be reprehensible to people that play games in general because then you're not playing a game anymore. You're playing with a toy. You may be engaging with some piece of cinema or some story, but you're not playing a game if there's no fail state. It's the
The
re-
thing is that it wouldn't have gotten made if it was a film. Like they couldn't have made an animation because nobody would have watched it. Like there's not this adjunct there's not an adjunct industry of movie reviewers whose job it is to pat nepo babies on the butt.
Mhm.
Not to the same extent anyway. There's certainly the video the movie reviews edifice does do a similar thing in practice to games reviewers, but they aren't like actually just parasitizing on the people making the movies themselves. They just happen to be vestigial and ideological. Whereas in the case of game reviewers, they are just, they're a leech that lives on the backside of AAA gaming. Although that's not really very fair to leeches. I've heard that you can use them to remove microplastics.
Yeah, I also heard that the microplastic scare was grossly buzzed up because of
Nitrile gloves
yeah,
look a lot like microplastics.
yeah.
Could have told ya.
I saw that going around this week, and I like called that.
Especially the nitrile gloves have gotten more and more and more fragile over time because fundamentally they are based on petrochemicals. So all of the manufacturers of laboratory gloves have been skimping more and more and more on the amount of material used to make them up. So they're getting thinner and more fragile. And that just basically means they flake now. I know this because I am in charge of buying them and have been for years, so the quality has sharply declined.
Yeah. So so yeah. Uh, I mean, they're they're the critic class at this point is, and even if a giant cultural shift comes around, it seems like that particular type of elitist FNAF person will always exist as long as media exists. And whether they're
The thing is that there's
entrenched,
there's no FNA in the games ones though. Like they aren't FNAing because they are snobs themselves. They're FNAing because they are angry that they couldn't get a job at the Huffington shitpost before it shut down.
yeah, and the bigger offense I think with the games in particular is these guys need their own difficulty level to play the game. They're the reason difficulty levels need to go down to game journalist here. They're the reason anytime any game that has a modicum of difficulty comes out, we need to talk about difficulty in games again. You know, forget having a shared experience that's just hard that people that play games want to go through and share together and all talk about on the same playing field. No, 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 can't have that. We need to have a state in this game so everybody can experience it.
I just saw a very short clip of Lucy's gameplay, and she also has a first person section in her combat animations.
Oh dear.
They're really letting that first person guy on their camera team go to town.
I mean, it's working for them. How can we sneak more booba into the shot? I got it. How can we make this scene more dynamic? Don't worry, I got you, bro. How can we have a sense of motion here when we don't normally have one? Don't worry, I'm on it. Like, the guy's just got first person's response for everything, and it seems to work. Also, Fern was not here, and we managed to talk about Booba on the show again.
Well, it do be that way. I don't know why this phenomenon seems to have resurged again, but lately everybody seems to be bullying Fro.
I did notice that. There seems to be a lot of choopy video. I think because there's an easy to use Phoebe Laura out now, and there's another one for Farlova, that because Phoebe looks like she's higher energy than Farlova, even though Phoebe is not a very high energy character, they just have her as the bully.
Why does everybody pick on Fro?
It did give
Other
us,
than her being a villain who has caused any number of atrocities.
yeah, it did give us a lot of good reaction gifs of Phoebe from that one video I posted, though. I will always take more Phoebe. Right. Yeah, the only other thing on that's made my news feeds has been the just the general outrage has spilled into the YouTubeosphere over the pull count in Genshin. And
Well, I mean,
I
when it
don't,
comes to Genshin, it really takes like one of the major content creators has to pick it up and then it will become a thing.
yeah. So usually when people are upset about a patch, I'll get like one or two videos about it, but I got a ton of them this time. So they must be bombing Google Classroom again. But you know, I'm 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 out of that one for now until they improve their game. When you came in and said there are no quality of life improvements coming this patch, that's what really made me go, yeah, I'm not gonna relog in. I'll let that just sit because Woo is not perfect. It's got a few shoes, but comparing it to Genshin, like it just I would rather do this for this style of game, and it has Phoebe. So yeah. I don't think there's anything else. All the other news has been the Steam controller related, and I gave an extensive talk about that at the start of the show. Um, got anything else?
There's been a persistent. I hesitate to call it a leak. It's definitely also not an announcement, nor is it really a rumor. It just seems to have suddenly transitioned into accepted thought that there's going to be another set of buffs for Genshin characters, and the list that has been circulated is Risley, Baidu, Chi-Chi, Sino, Mizuki, Yamiko, and Diona. And it's certainly true that all of those could benefit from buffs, but that could just as easily be a wish list. But somehow it's managed to skip all the way through to, oh, everybody just accepts this now. And I don't know where like the zero the like don't know where patient zero is. Like I don't know if they posted a picture or something. If Hoyo posted a picture or something and that's turned into that, or like yeah, it's I mean, I would be glad if Yomiko got some buffs. That'd be great.
All she needs is the ability to press and hold her skill to drop all 3 of the turpits. That's literally all she needs to get back on the map.
Well, that and her numbers are worse than Fischl's.
Yeah, that too.
Like, she kind of needs something of her own that is actually good. And, like, also for her ultimate to not consume her totems and require you to place them again one by one would also be great.
Yeah, if you can let her ult freely without eating the totems, let her drop all the totems at once and give her a few number tweaks, that would go a long way.
I don't know what you do to Chi-Chi to make Chi-Chi good.
You do a lot.
Genshin Team doesn't do a lot in their buffs. Genshin Team just dabbles around the edges.
Yeah. I wonder what'll happen in Wuwo when characters start falling out, because at present it hasn't really been an issue.
Yeah, like that's if you leave aside like calculator, although there was a persistent rumor last week that Calcharo's getting an SP. Don't know exactly why, but probably when we go to New Federation, he's going to become important. I don't know, but if you leave aside the likes of like the 1.0 characters like Ling Yang and that are just not good. Although there is always that guy I've seen him online that clears everything with like solo Ling Yang in endgame.
Yeah.
But like that, most of them just haven't fallen that far behind. Like it's more that the newer ones seem more powerful. I mean, they are more powerful, but they also tend to have like just broader use cases generally. Like they have more ways of dealing with more situations, so you don't have to be so picky about them. Like Carlotta still has a very solid damage ceiling. The problem is she can only really put it on one target. Whereas
Yeah.
Hiyuki is also a single target specialist. Like she does her best performances against a single target, but she isn't like completely constrained to that alone.
Yeah. She's and Carlotta has, the advantage of being one of the better characters at dealing that damage from a range. If the boss is very highly mobile, a lot of people like to use Carlotta in tower and stuff. And that's the other thing is, while if you break down the numbers of the character's potential output in Wuwa, the numbers that the websites all usually put out are against a target dummy, and that just ain't applicable to a real Wuwa fight. Like the bosses are
I
just
mean,
more dynamic and mobile.
you can sort of see what, like roughly speaking, the uh developers are thinking if you look at like whatchamacallit, what's it called now? End state matrix.
Mm-hmm.
If you go and you look at those old characters and there's usually like an adjustment made or something
Yeah,
to them.
the characters that are really old in State Matrix come with uh, come with some buffs to them. That what are they?
So you can sort of see that, okay, so looking at this, they feel that the current circumstances of the game leave them behind by about yay much.
Yeah, like
So they haven't stuck their head in the sand about there being a massive difference in performance between, say, Yinlin and Lene in terms of what they do for liberation damage dealers in their team. Like
mm-hmm.
they're not under any illusions about that. But they also aren't pulling the trigger on actually buffing them yet. But I don't think that it's really necessary yet. I don't know how much of the player base are diehard Yinland fans.
Yeah, I mean that's
I
like
think there's probably a lot of people who would very much like to see like Camellia get buffed because Camellia is a very popular character.
I think there's a lot of people that just like to see her run again. Girlfriend's been in jail since the first anniversary.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And some people they just can't resist a red flag.
Normally, I am on board with going for whatever flags you want, but you just don't have that option with her because she hadn't been rerun. So they expanded the banners to 3. I hope this is a standard going forward. I don't know if this is an anniversary
Yeah.
only thing, but it's time to bring it up to 3.
Yeah, I think that they do need to think about some of the I think they do need to think about running some of the older ones as standards or have a archive or legacy banner of
Yeah,
some kind where you can target a character the way you can on the standard weapon banner or whatever.
yeah,
And if you really, really want an old character, that they're never going to run it again and make money off of that. But hey, if you've got, you know, Asterite to burn, you can just decide you're going to pull on the legacy banner,
yeah,
get all those Camellia wave bands that you wanted.
yeah. That would certainly be nice. But
And it
yeah,
also will reduce the sort of the virtual cost of giving out pick ticks for those characters if they want to do that as a promo thing in future.
yeah. They've had static 5-star giveaways before, but they haven't given any pick ticks yet. But I am genuinely curious how long we can keep the paradigm going because they've been real good about making sure that there's a way to support the old characters if you really just want to keep playing them. Like, and then
Also,
there's
it has a there's a very high like I think it's noticeably higher than ZZZ. The extent to which your performance as a player can impact your output.
yeah,
Like I've seen like the side by sides of like classic perfectly executed um Peebzani rotation versus Peebzani quick swap, and it's a difference of like 50% in output.
yeah. The Peepzani quick swap team is the optimal way to play that, and it takes a lot of practice to nail it. It's a very high
Oh yeah,
APM team.
the people that do it are psychotic. You can tell by looking at their gameplay.
Yeah, like the, the amount of ways they're able to weave in Zani combos and cancel her animations appropriately and swap to allow an animation to continue and pull Peeb in to rejuice Zani's bar a little bit more, get more Zani wax in, and swap Spectra over in to get even more Zani wax in before the timer runs out and ult at the last microsecond before it runs out. Yeah, all that crap is ridiculously fast high APM and counterintuitive to the way the systems normally show and takes a lot of practice, but you could do it.
And if you can output that, you can basically kill anything in the game. She'll be damned.
Yeah, if you can do the Peebzani quick swap, you will be you have to be able to parry too. Remember that because it's Zani, so you have to know the boss inside and out and know when parry opportunities are available. But yeah, any single target boss in the game is going to get barbecued by that, or Zani cubed, or Phoebe cubed. So yeah, they
Yeah,
just
the lack of sort of like I know that they like to think shoulder to shoulder is a bonus, but the lack of like true quick swap in ZZZ I think basically hampers that dimension of gameplay from ever existing. And I think that Hoyo are perfectly happy with that because they would try and balance around it. They
yeah,
would try and build shill around it and that sort of thing. I don't think I want them doing that. Kuro just seem to only really care that people love their characters. They don't really seem to care that much about balance in the conventional way of doing things. But because they aren't worried about it, they're not afraid to make, you know, characters powerful where they might not normally be conceived to be powerful, or give them headroom where they might not otherwise have headroom, and that sort of thing. Like they aren't trying to save things up for the future in the same way, I don't think.
yeah. You can tell just by the love and the animations they put into the characters that they just really get cool ideas and just go with it for the character. And just if it looks cool and it feels fun, yeah, cool. We can have that work and be a part of their kit. Why not? So they have a whole lot of leg room to keep the current cast around for a while. Like if this was Genshin, I'd be worried about Cartwheel falling off at this point in the life cycle of patches. Not though. Cartwheel's fine.
The cartwheel has fallen off the way Mavwika has fallen off, which is to say she hasn't.
Yeah, like girlfriend is just fine. Like and she is not in danger.
Those numbers are not going anywhere. Provided you're not in co-op, you're still going to lay waste to everything you point that sword laser at.
Yeah, like you might be worried. Maybe Augusta's gonna fall now. It's fine. In fact, the current mechanics and the way they work and her ability to stop time gives her even more wiggle room than a bunch of characters, and depending on what the chill is.
Anytime a Wuwa character comes out, and if you see somebody saying that that character's a brick, you know that person's a Genshin player.
Yeah, like they're just they turned into a main DPS with the wheelchair. There was the meme main DPS before, and then Lene and Mornier came out, and all of a sudden she's one of the top performing single target DPS in the game.
And the thing is that while Lene Mornier is sort of like an idealized wheelchair, like Lene still works perfectly well with Shorekeeper, with Verena. Like you can still do that.
Oh yeah, I have to split.
It's not going to cost you much either.
Yeah, Mornier is married to the Galbrana team, so if the Galbrana team needs to be used, Lene gets to go off on her own little solo adventure all the time.
Yeah, the only problem with Lene is that she doesn't have an identical twin sister called Lene too.
We need Lin B.
That's painful.
It's
That's
like
like C no tier.
it's like when you're at a job site and you're meeting the construction workers. There's always two named Jose, so they call one Jose and one Jose B.
I see.
This is a real thing.
My arguably most reliable subordinate has the same name as me, and we just address each other by our first names. Always.
I see.
Most of the staff, we do it for the comedy bit. Most of the staff calls him by his initials and calls me Doctor. So I've never asked anybody to call me Doctor. However, somebody started doing it and it caught on.
I see.
I'm entitled to the honorific, but I don't generally use it because I don't want somebody to think that I'm a physician.
Yeah, and post Coof era, the expert titles come with baggage.
A lot of New Zealanders haven't really realised that yet, although the realisation is growing quite quickly at the moment. Apparently, one of my subordinates said that their mother went to the doctor recently, and the doctor admitted that her chronic fatigue was probably the result of her getting a booster.
Oh dear.
So it is starting to make its way out into the mainstream now.
Your heart is 30% larger and seems to be needing to work harder to pump your blood. This might be a problem with your fatigue. Hmm. So yeah. But yeah, I'm not worried about Wiwa's characters. They all seem to just continue to keep on keeping on. Like I feel
I'm worried about the fact that so many of their characters seem to be bangers that I want to pull.
Yeah, I made a list and I had to cull things from the list to make the list reasonable. And even what
Because
I posted is not reasonable.
I'm still dead set on getting Yang Yang and Sui as well, and also there's some others that I'm interested in coming down the line. It's like there are not enough asteroid in the world,
Yeah,
although
like
they're doing their best to supply it.
yeah, like I would like to get Farlova too at some point, but I just the list was already too big. I don't know. I might move her up to the try for 30 or 40 pulls and see what happens tier from untiered.
Isn't she one of the you really, really, really need her Soka characters?
Possibly. But yeah. That's for normal use. We goof around and run around and just push buttons multiplayer all the time, and she's be fine for that.
We're landscaping.
I have a lot of fun in WoW just running around the world, and especially on the motorbike, listening to music and then jumping off and just murdering random stuff and getting back on the bike. I've done this for plural numbers of hours at a time sometimes with no objective in mind. That is not a thing I would do in Genshin.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to complete that Jet storyline in Sumeru so that I can understand the next patch at all.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for me because it's been so long since I did that story. None of it is in my active memory. Like stuff would be cropping up of, oh yeah, I think that happened. But Genshin is really bad about uh reference or reminding you of the old stuff as you're going through stuff that suddenly becomes relevant.
Yeah, I had a real what do you mean there was a giant whopper flower moment at one point.
Yeah, that was an event we weren't even there for, so we didn't have the option for that one. So yeah. All right. We definitely should wrap it.
Yep.
All right, folks. This has been Making Moons with the Auroras and Mowing the Lawn on YouTube with your favorite show hosts. Hopefully, we have a fern next week. We'll see you then. Sayonara. Bye bye.